Good morning and welcome to those of you who are joining us online and in person. This is a service marking the 20th anniversary of the attacks on September 11th. I'm the Reverend Dr. Colin Bosson, and along with the Reverend D. Scott Cooper, and on behalf of the First Unitarian Universalist Church of Houston, I thank you for your presence and participation on this solemn occasion. Today we will be reciting the known names of those who died during the attacks or as a result of the wars that followed them. In the Unitarian Universalist tradition, we hold that each human life has inherent worth and dignity. We include not only the names of those who died on September 11th, 2001, but the known names of those who died during the resulting wars on terror, because we understand that each person's death is a tragedy. The attacks were tragic. They brought on a continuing cascade of tragedies. By offering a space to collectively mourn the innumerable people who have died in the past 20 years, we are recognizing our common humanity. Lamentations are an expression of grief connected to loss brought on by misfortune, disaster, or catastrophe. They are one of the oldest literary genres and one of the most ancient funerary rituals. In the Iliad, we find a lament. Now under earth's roof, to the house of death, you go your way and leave me here, bereft, lonely, in anguish without end. In anguish without end. The words come from a wife who has lost her husband due to the violence of war. They describe the indescribable loss and grief that has been wrought not just in the last 20 years, but from all the horrors of human folly that preceded it. The words are followed by others that are poignant across time. The child we wretches had is still in infancy. You cannot be pillared to him. This early text offers us a difficult truth about this hour. We are marking more than the lives of those lost. We are pausing to honor what their lives mean for the children, now grown, who they never got to know, the grandchildren who will only experience them as absence, and all of their family and friends who live with their loss each day. Such grief, such tragedy is beyond a single heart or solitary mind to comprehend. We come together today because we know that by gathering and commemorating the dead, we can offer each other solace, express a shared love for the dead, and the great family of all souls of which they and we are a part, and offer an opportunity for healing for all who have suffered and lost. Between now and early tomorrow morning, we will read the names of more than 26,000 people. They represent but a fraction of the possibly more than 1 million dead. We are reading the names in the form that we have been able to collect them, and we acknowledge that some names might be mispronounced and ask for forgiveness when they are. Our mistakes should not be taken as lessening the tragedy of their deaths or as a sign of disrespect. We honor all that they brought into the world with their lives. Throughout the day, we will be joined by members of the congregation, religious leaders, and public officials. We invite the general public to participate as well, especially as we read late into the night. We now begin our service with a chalice lighting. In the Unitarian Universalist tradition, we kindle a flame when we gather together. The fire represents the light of truth and the warmth of love that resides within each of us. The chalice itself signifies the ways in which we hold each other in community. In just a moment, we will ring a bell to commemorate all those who lost their lives on American Airlines Flight 11 when it was crashed into the World Trade Center, into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. We continue with prayer. O Spirit of life, known to humanity by many names, some speakable by all, some utterable only by a particular faith tradition, that which some understand as divine and others as that natural force that drives living creatures ever forward and binds families, community, and all being together. We invoke your presence this morning. We invoke your presence so that you might be with us through this service of lamentation and help us to hold our grief and the grief of all of those who have lost while we recite the known names of the deceased. I offer this prayer. May the names we read, may the words we speak, may the music we hear, may the bells we ring, may the silence we sit in bring honor to the dead and some greater spark of healing, hope, and beauty and peace into the world. Let what we do now be understood as an act of love for the great family of all souls, of which we are all a part. Let it be a reminder that love can be stronger than hate, that hope will remain as long as there is one person willing to extend to another in acts of compassion. So that it might be so, I invited the gathered community and those joining us online to say Amen. We will now begin with the reading of names. We will start with the names of those who died on September 11th itself, and then continue with those who died later. I invite our first reader to come forward.
Gordon McCannell Amoth, Edelmiro Abad, Maria Rose Abad, Andrew Anthony Abate, Vincent Abate, Lawrence Abel, Alana Abraham, William F. Abramson, Richard Anthony Aceto, Heinrich Bernard Ackerman, Paul Andrew Aquaviva, Christian Adams, Donald Leroy Adams, Patrick Adams, Shannon Lewis Adams, Stephen George Adams, Ignatius Adanga, Christy A. Adamo, Terrence E. Adderley Jr., Sophia Barula Otto, Lee Adler, Daniel Thomas Aflito, Emmanuel Afwakawa, Alok Agarwal, Mukul Agarwala, Joseph Agnello, David S. Agnes, Joa Aguilar Jr., Brian Ahern, Jeremiah Ahern, Joanne Marie Aladiotis, Shabir Ahmad, Terrence Andre Aiken, Godwin Ahala, Nana Akwasa Mienka, Gertrude Trudy M. Alagero, Andrew Alamino, Manuel A. Alarcon, Margaret Ann Jessica Peggy Alario, Gary Albero, John L. Albert, Peter Craig Alderman, Jacqueline Delane Aldridge, Grace Allegrecua, David Dewey Alger, Boutros Al-Hashim, Ernest Alicacos, Edward L. Allegretto, Eric Allen, Joseph Ryan Allen, Richard Dennis Allen, Richard Leonard Allen, Samantha Lightbourne Allen, Christopher Edward Allingham, Anna Williams Allison, Janet M. Alonso, Anthony Alvarado, Antonio Javier Alvarez, Telmo Alviar, Cesar A. Alviar, Tariq Amanullah, Angelo Amaranto, James M. Farina, Barbara Jean Stigui, Adam P. Arias, Michael Joseph Armstrong, Jack Charles Aaron, Joshua Todd Aaron, Richard Avery Arono, Myra Joy Aronson, Japhet J. Arie, Carl Francis Asaro, Michael A. Asiak, Michael Edward Usher, Janice M. Ashley, Thomas J. Ashton, Manuel O. Astembe, Greg Arthur Atlas, Gerald Atwood, James Audifred, Frank Louis Aversano Jr., Ezra Aviles, Samuel Sandy Ayala, Arlene T. Babakitis, Eustache Rudy Bacchus, John James Badagliaca, Jane Ellen Basler, Robert John Byerwalter, Andrew J. Bailey, Brett T. Bailey, Garnet Edward Ace Bailey, Tatiana Bakalinskaya, Michael S. Baksh, Julio Minto Balanca, Sharon Balcom, Michael Andrew Bain, Kathy Bantus, Gerald Jean Baptiste, Walter Baran, Gerald A. Barbara, Paul V. Barbaro, James W. Barbella, Irvin Kyrios Fairbanks Barbosa, Victor Daniel Barbosa, Christine Barbuto, Colleen Ann Meehan Barco, David Michael Barkway, Matthew Barnes, Melissa Rose Barnes, Sheila Patricia Barnes, Evan J. Barron, Renee Barrett Arjun, Arthur Thaddeus Berry, Diane G. Berry, Maurice Vincent Moe Berry, Scott D. Bart, Carlton W. Bartels, Guy Barsby, Inya Basina, Alicia Basmahian, Kenneth William Basnicki, Stephen J. Bates, Paula James Battaglia, W. David Bauer, Yvonne Luis Carpio Bautista, Marilyn C. Bautista, Mark Lawrence Bavis, Jasper Baxter, Lorraine Grace Bay, Michelle Beal, Todd Beamer, Paul F. Biatini, Jane S. Beatty, Alan Bevan, Lawrence I. Beck, Manette Marie Beckles, Carl Bedigan, Michael E. Beekman, Maria Asuncion Beher, Mac Bielki, Elena Helen Belilovsky, Nina Patrice Bell, Andrea Della Bella, Debbie S. Bellows, Stephen Belson, Michael Paul Benedetti, Denise Lenore Benedetto, Brian Craig Bennett, Eric L. Bennett, Oliver Duncan Bennett, Margaret L. Benson, Dominique J. Berardi, James Patrick Berger, Stephen Howard Berger, John P. Bergin, Alvin Bergson, Daniel D. Bergstein, Graham Andrew Berkeley, Michael Berkeley, Donna Bernards Kearns, Dave Bernard, William H. Bill Bernstein, David M. Beret, David S. Berry, Joseph J. Berry, William Reed Bethke, Yanene Bertrou, Timothy D. Betterly, Carolyn Bjog, Edward Frank Bayea, Paul Michael Bear.
At 9:03 a.m. in New York City, United Airlines Flight 175 crashed into the south face of the South Tower of the World Trade Center.
Anil T. Barvani, Bella Bukhan, Jimmy David B. Gildeson, Peter Alexander Bielfeld, William Bigart, Ralph Bijot, Brian Pilcher, Mark K. Bingham, Carl Vincent Benet, Gary Bird, Joshua David Birnbaum, George John Bishop, Chris Romeo Bashunat, Jeffrey D. Bittner, Balewa Albert Blackman, Christopher Joseph Blackwell, Carrie Blackburn, Susan L. Blair, Harry Blanding Jr., Janice L. Blaney, Craig Michael Blass, Rita Blau, Richard M. Blood, Michael Andrew Bocardi, John Paul Bocci, Michael Leopoldo Bocchino, Susan Mary Bocchino, Diora Frances Bodley, Bruce Douglas Boehm, Mary Catherine Boffa, Nicholas Bogdan, Darren Christopher Bohan, Lawrence Francis Boisseau, Vincent M. Boland, Jr., Turan Hambazi Bolorci, Alan Bondarenko, Andre Bonheur, Jr., Colin Arthur Bonnet, Frank Bonomo, Yvonne L. Bonomo, Sean Booker, Kellyanne Booms, Canfield D. Buddy Boone, Mary Jane M.J. Booth, Juan Jose Borda Leyva, Cheryl Ann Bordeaux, Christine C. Bordanabe, Martin Borsasuski, Richard E. Pasco, Klaus Bothe, Carol Marie Bouchard, John Howard Bolton, Jr., Francisco E. Bordier, Thomas H. Bowden, Jr., Donna Bowen, Kimberly S. Bowers, Veronique Nicole Bowers, Sean Edward Bowman, Jr., Larry Bowman, Kevin L. Bowser, Gary R. Box, Gennady Boyarsky, Pamela Boyce, Alan Boyle, Michael Boyle, Alfred J. Braca, Sandra Canadi Brace, Kevin H. Bracken, Sandra W. Bradshaw, David Brian Brady, Alexander Braginski, Nicholas Brandmarty, Daniel R. Brandhorst, David Reed Gamboa Brandhorst, Michelle Renee Bratton, Patrice Brout, Lydia Estelle Bravo, Ronald Michael Breitweiser, Edward A. Ted Brennan III, Frank H. Brennan, Michael Emmett Brennan, Peter Brennan, Thomas M. Brennan, Daniel J. Brethel, Gary L. Bright, Jonathan Eric Briley, Mark A. Brisman, Paul Gary Bristow, Victoria Alvarez Brito, Marion Ruth Britton, Mark Francis Broderick, Herman Broghammer, Keith Broomfield, Bernard Curtis Brown, Janice J. Brown, Lloyd Brown, Patrick J. Brown, Bettina Brown Radburn, Mark Bruce, Richard Brewert, Andrew Christopher Brunn, Vincent Brunton, Ronald Paul Buca, Brandon J. Buchanan, Gregory Joseph Buck, Dennis Buckley, Nancy Witch, Patrick Joseph Woos, John E. Bulaga Jr., Stephen Boonen, Christopher Lee Burford, William F. Burke Jr., Matthew J. Burke, Thomas Daniel Burke, Charles Chick Burlingame III, Thomas E. Burnett Jr., Donald James Burns, Kathleen A. Burns, Keith James Burns, John Patrick Burnside, Irina Buslow, Milton Bustillo, Thomas M. Butler, Patrick Byrne, Timothy G. Byrne, Daniel Martin Caballero, Jesus N. Cabezas, Lilian Casares, Brian Joseph Cachia, Stephen Cafiero Jr., Richard M. Caggiano, Cecil M. Cajuicla, John Brett Cahill, Michael John Cahill, Scott Walter Cahill, Thomas J. Cahill, George C. Kane, Salvatore Calabro, Joseph Calandrillo, Philip V. Calcagno, Edward Calderon, Jose Orlando Calderon, Kenneth Marcus Caldwell, Dominic Enrico Calla, Felix Bobby Calixte, Frank Callahan, Liam Callahan, Suzanne Kiley, Luigi Gino Calvi, Rocco Camaj, Michael F. Camarata, David Otay Campbell, Geoffrey Thomas Campbell, Jill Marie Campbell, Robert Arthur Campbell, Sandria Patricia Campbell, Juan Ortega Campos, Sean T. Canavan, John A. Candela, Vincent Cangelosi, Stephen J. Cangialosi, Lisa B. Canava, Brian Canizaro, Christopher Sean Canton, Michael R. Canty, Louis A. Caparici, Jonathan Neff Capecello, James Christopher Cappers, Richard M. Caproni, Jose Cardona, Dennis M. Carey, Edward Carlino, Michael Scott Carlo, David G. Carlone, Rosemary C. Carlson, Mark Stephen Carney, Joyceanne Carpenetto, Alicia Acevedo Carranza, Jeremy M. Carrington, Michael T. Carroll, Peter J. Carroll, James J. Carson Jr., Christopher Mikael Karstanjan, Angelina Carter, Christopher Newton Carter, James Marcel Cartier, Joel Cartridge, Sharon Carver, Vivian Casselduke, John F. Casaza, Paul Regan Cascio, Neely Ann Hefferman Casey, William Joseph Cashman, Margarito Casillas, Thomas Anthony Casoria, William Otto Casper, Alejandro Castaño, Arcela Chela Castillo, Leonard Castriano, Jose Ramon Castro, William E. Caswell, Richard G. Casarelli, Christopher Sean Keighton, Robert J. Caulfield, Mary Teresa Caulfield, Judson Cavalier, Michael Joseph Cawley, Jason David Kane, Juan Armando Ceballos, Marcia G. Cecil Carter, Jason Cefalu, Thomas J. Selleck, Anna M. Santino, Joni Sesta, John J. Chada, Jeffrey M. Chernoff, Swarna Chalasani, William Chalkoff, Eli Kalu, Charles Lawrence Chip Chan, Mandy Chang, Rosemary Chapa, Mark L. Charette, David M. Charlebois, Gregorio Manuel Chavez, Pedro Francisco Checo, Douglas Macmillan Cherry, Stephen Patrick Cherry, Vernon Paul Cherry, Nestor Chevalier, Swede Joseph Chevalier, Alexander H. Chiang, Dorothy J. Chiarchiario, Luis Alfonso Chimbo, Robert Chen, Wingwei Eddie Ching, Nicholas P. Schiofalo Jr., John Chipura, Peter A. Churchirillo, Catherine E. Curis, Kyung K.C. Cho, Abdul K. Chowdhury, Mohammed Salahuddin Chowdhury, Kristen L. Christoph, Pamela Chu, Stephen Paul Chutnick, Wai-Ching Chung, Christopher C. Fardini, Alex F. Chichoni, Francis N. Salente, Elaine Silo, Edna Cintron, Nestor Andre Cintron, Robert D. Siri, Juan Pablo Cisneros, Benjamin Keefe Clark, Eugene Clark, Gregory A. Clark, Manny Leroy Clark, Sarah Clark, Thomas R. Clark, Christopher Robert Clark, Donna Clark, Michael Clark, Surya R. E. Clark, Kevin F. Cleary, James D. Clear, Joffrey W. Cloud, Susan M. Klein, Stephen Coakley, Jeffrey Cole, Patricia A. Cody, Daniel Michael Coffey, Jason Matthew Coffey, Florence Cohen, Kevin Sanford Cohen, Anthony Joseph Coladonato III, Mark Joseph Colaillo, Stephen J. Colaillo, Christopher M. Colasanti, Kevin Nathaniel Colbert, Michelle Paris Colbert, Keith Eugene Coleman, Scott Thomas Coleman, Terrell Coleman, Liam Colhoun, Robert Dana Collin, Joseph Robert Cole, Jean Marie Collin, John Michael Collins, Michael Collins, Thomas J. Collins, Joseph Collison, Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman.
Patricia Malia Coldenaire, Linda M. Collin, Soledad E. Collin, Ronald Comner, Jamie Concepcion, Albert Condi, Denise Conley, Susan Clancy Conlon, Margaret Mary Connor, John E. Connolly Jr., Cynthia L. Connolly, James Lee Connor, Jonathan J.C. Connors, Kevin P. Connors, Kevin Francis Conroy, Brenda E. Conway, Dennis Michael Cook, Helen D. Cook, Jeffrey Coombs, John A. Cooper, Julian Cooper, Joseph J. Capo Jr., Gerald J. Capola, Joseph Albert Corbett, John J. Corcoran, Alejandro Cordero, Robert Cordice, Ruben D. Correa, Gutierrez Correa, Georgine Rose Corrigan, James Corrigan, Carlos Cortez, Kevin Cosgrove, Dolores Marie Costa, Alejandra Digna Costanza, Charles Gregory Costello, Michael S. Costello, Asia Catone, Conrad K.H. Catoy, Sr., Martin Kuglin, John Gerald Coughlin, Timothy John Coughlin, James E. Cove, Andre Cox, Frederick John Cox, James Raymond Coyle, Yule Michelle Coyle, Anne Martino Kramer, Christopher S. Kramer, Eric Allen Cranford, Denise Krant, James Leslie Crawford Jr., Robert James Crawford, Tara Kathleen Creamer, Joanne Mary Cregan, Lucia Crafisi, John Cressisi, Daniel Hall Cressman, Dennis A. Cross, Helen Crossan Kettle, Kevin Raymond Crotty, Thomas G. Crotty, John R. Crow, Wells Remy Crowther, Robert Cruikshank, Francesco Cruz, John Robert Cruz, Kenneth John Cubas, Francesco C. Cubero, Thelma Cunciniello, Richard Joseph Cudina, Neil James Cudmore, Thomas Patrick Cullen III, John McConnell Cullinan, Joyce Cummings, Brian Thomas Cummins, Nilton Ferrano Cunha, Michael Joseph Mickey Cunningham, Robert Cutalo, Lawrence Carrera, Paul Dario Corelio, Patrick Curravan, Beverly Curry, Michael Sean Curtin, Patricia Cushing, Gavin Cushney, Manuel J. D'Amato, Caleb Aaron Dock, Carlos S. DeCosta, Jason Dahl, Brian Paul Dale, John De Ayara, Vincent De Amadio, Thomas Damaskinos, Jack D'Ambrisi, Jeannie Marie Diamani Jones, Patrick William Tahani, Mary Yolanda De Antonio, Vincent Danez, Dwight Donald Darcy, Elizabeth Ann Darling, Annette Andre Demertran, Edward Alexander DeAntry, Michael D. DeAria, Hulaine Davidson, Lawrence Davidson, Michael Allen Davidson, Scott Matthew Davidson, Titus Davidson, Neruka Davila, Ada Davis, Clinton Davis, Wayne Davis, Anthony Richard Dawson, Calvin Dawson, Edward James Day, Jaisarel M. de Chavez, Natalie de la Cruz, Emily de la Peña, Azucena de la Torre, Christina de Lara, Oscar de Lara, Francis Albert de Martini, Diana Boero de Pedro, Jose Nicolas de Peña, Jahema Laguerre de Santos, William T. Dean, Robert DeAngelis Jr., Thomas DeAngelis, Dorothy DeJuro, Ana Gloria de Barrero, Tara DeBeck, James Daniel Debonair, Anna DeBin, James Vincent de Blase, Paul de Cola, Gerald Francis de Conto, Simon de Vusca, Jason Christopher de Fazio, David de Feo, Jennifer de Jesus, Monique de Jesus, Nerida de Jesus, Manuel del Valle Jr., Donald Delfina, Vito Joseph Delio, Danielle Dile, Joseph Della Pietra, Palmina Deli Gatti, Colleen Ann DeLottery, Joseph De Luca, Anthony Demas, Martin De Mayo, Francis X. Deming, Carol K. Dementes, Kevin Dennis, Thomas Dennis, Jean C. De Palma, Robert J. DeRaney, Michael De Rinzo, David Paul De Rubio, Edward De Simone III, Christian D. De Simone, Andrew J. Desperito, Michael Jude Desperito, Cindy Ann Deul L, Melaine Louise DeVere, Jerry DeVito, Robert P. Divot, Jr., Dennis Lawrence Devlin, Gerald Dewan, Sulaimanali A. Dahani, Marissa DiNardo Shop, Michael L. DiGostino, Matthew Diaz, Nancy Diaz, Michael Diaz Pierda III, Judith Berkey Diaz Sierra, Patricia F. DiCario, Rodney Dickens, Jerry Don Dickerson, Joseph Dermott Dickey, Jr., Lawrence Patrick Dickinson, Michael David Deal, John DeFetto, Vincent Francis DeFazio, Carl DeFranco, Donald DeFranco, Eddie Dillard, Deborah Ann DiMartino, David D. Meglio, Stephen Patrick Dimino, William J. Dimling, Christopher M. Dincuff, Jeffrey M. Dingle, Anthony Tesorio Jr., George De Pascal, Joseph D. Pilato, Douglas Frank DeStefano, Donald Americo De Tullio, Ramizi A. Donnie, Johnny Doctor Jr., John J. Daughtery, Melissa C. Doe, Brandon Dolan, Robert Edward Dolan, Neil M. Dollard, James Joseph Domingo, Benilanda P. Domingo, Alberto Dominguez, Carlos Dominguez, Jerome Mark Patrick Domingos, Kevin W. Donnelly, Jacqueline Donovan, William Howard Donovan, Stephen S. Dorff, Thomas Dowd, Kevin Christopher Dowdle, Mary Yolanda Dowling, Ray M. Downey, Frank Joseph Doyle, Joseph M. Doyle, Randy Drake, Patrick Joseph Driscoll, Stephen Patrick Driscoll, Charles Dross, Myrna Duante, Michelle Dewberry, Luke Dudek, Christopher Michael Duffy, Gerard Duffy, Michael Joseph Duffy, Thomas Duffy, Antoinette Duger, Jackie Seya Dugan, Sarave Duquette, Patrick S. Dunn, Christopher Joseph Dunn, Richard A. Dunstan, Patrick Thomas Dreyer, Joseph Anthony Akabakchi, John Bruce Eagleson, Catherine Egan, Edward Thomas Earhart, Robert Eaton, Dean Eberling, Margaret Ruth Echterman, Paul Robert Akana, Constantine Gus Economos, Barbara G. Edwards, Dennis Michael Edwards, Michael Hardy Edwards, Martin J. Egan Jr., Christine Egan, Lisa Egan, Michael Egan, Samantha Egan, Carol Egert, Lisa Karen Ehrlich, John Ernst Jack Erler, Eric Adam Insberg, Daphne F. Elder, Michael J. Alferis, Mark J. Ellis, Valerie Silver Ellis, Albert Alfie William Elmary, Robert Randolph Bob Elseth, Edgar H. Emery, Doris Sukyan Ing,
At 9:37 in Arlington County, Virginia, American Airlines Flight 77 crashes into the western side of the Pentagon and starts a violent fire.
sorry. I just read that on your radio. Okay, great, thank you. Edgar Emery, Doris Young, Christopher Epps, Aaron L. Ecker, William John Irwin, Sarah Escobiga, Jose Espelia, Fanny Espinosa, Bridget Espinosa, Francis Espacio, Michael Espacio, William Espacio, Ruben Esquelian, Sadie Eddy, Barbara Etsoy, Eric Brian Evans, Robert Edward Bobby Evans, Meredith Ewart, Catherine K. Fagan, Patricia M. Fagan, Charles S. Falkenberg, Dana Falkenberg, Zoe Falkenberg, William F. Fallon, William L. Fallon, Jr., Jamie Fallon, Anthony J. Fallon, Jr., Dolores B. Vanelli, Robert J. Bankman, John Joseph Banning, Kathleen Kidd Baker, Thomas J. Ferriano, Nancy Carol Farley, Paige Farley Heckle, Elizabeth Ann Farmer, Douglas Farman, John Gerard Farrell, John Williams Farrell, Terrence Patrick Farrell,
Joseph Farilli, Thomas Farilli, Tay Abdul Wahid, Christopher Fanon, Wendy Faulkner, Shannon M. Bava, Bernard D. Bazos, Robert Frazio, Ronald Fazio, William M. Behan, Francis Frank Feely, Garth Beanier, Sean Began, Lee Feeling, Peter Bielenberg, Alan Fayberg, Arnold Fayberg, Rosa Bellicano, Edward Porter Felt, Edward T. Fergus, George J. Ferguson, James Joe Ferguson, Henry Fernandez, Jose Manuel Fernandez, Judy H. Fernandez, Elisa Cassell Barinia, Anne Marie Barinia, Robert John Ferris, David Francis Forgio, Luis Percy, Michael Forgio, Bradley Fetched, Jennifer Vigo, Christine Badel, Amelia Virginia Fields, Samuel Fields, Alex M. Filippova, Michael Bradley Finnegan, Timothy Finetry, Michael Ferrari, Stephen J. Farilli, Paul Fiori, John Burrito, John Fisher, Andrew Fisher, Bennett Fisher, Gerald P. Fisher, John Roger Fisher, Thomas Joseph Fisher, Lucy Fishman, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald, Thomas Fitzpatrick, Richard P. Fitzsimmons, Salvatore Primofredo, Darlene Flagg, Wilson Flagg, Christine Donovan Flannery, Elaine Fletcher, and Andre Fletcher, Carl Flickerin, Matthew Michael Fillico, John Joseph Florio, John W. Flanders, Carol Fleisigk, David Lawrence William Fodor, Michael N. Fudor, Stephen Mack Vogel, Thomas Foley, Jane C. Folger, David Fontana, Chi Ming Dennis Fu, Bobby Forbes, Del Rosa Forbes, Godwin Ford, Donald A. Foreman, Christopher Hugh Barsett, Claudia Alicia Martinez Foster, Noel J. Foster, Sandra N. Foster, Anna Forestus, Robert Joseph Botti, Yolette Fawcett, Jeffrey L. Fox, Virginia Fox, Joan Francis, Lucilla Burton Francis, Pauline Francis, Jean-Pierre Francosa, Gary Frank, Morton H. Frank, Peter Christopher Frank, Colleen Laurel Fraser, Richard K. Fraser, Kevin Joseph Foley, Claude Fraser Jr., Lillian Inez Frederick, Andrew Fredericks, Tabitha Freeman, Jamatha Freeman, Britt Freeman, Peter L. Freed, Arlene Fried, Alan Wayne Freelander, Andrew Freeman, Paul J. Freeman, Lisa Ann Frost, Peter Christian Fry, Clement Fumando, Steve Elliott Furman, Paul James Vermato, Carleton D.B. Fife, Frederick Gabler, Richard P. Gabriel, Richard S. Gabriella, James Andrew Gadiel, Pamela Gaff, Aaron Vincent Galidard, Dina Galante, Grace Galante, German Castillo Galencia, Anthony Edward Gaylor, Joseph Daniel James Gaylor, John Gallagher, Lourdes Galante, Cano Gallo, Vincenzo Galuisa, Thomas George Galvin, Giovanna Gambelli, Thomas Gambino, Gina Gambio, Ronald Gambio, Peter Gansi, Claude Michael Gann, Charles William Gabrini, Andrew Garcia, Cesar Garcia, David Garcia, Jorge Luis Garcia, Juan Garcia, Marlon Karma Garcia, Harvard Joseph Gardner III, Christopher Gardner, Douglas B. Gardner, Jeffrey Brian Gardner, Thomas A. Gardner, William Arthur Gardner, Francisco Garfi, Rico Granado, James Michael Gartenberg, Matthew David Garvey, Bruce H. Gary, Boyd A. Gatton, David Richard Gavigan, Peter Allen Gay, Terrence Gazina, Gary Gadil, Paul Hamilton Guerra, Julie Geese, Peter Kislana, Steve Paul Geller, Howard J. Jelling Jr., Peter Victor Jenko, Stephen Gregory Gino Vicente, Elena Gento, Linda George M., Edward Gratti, Suzanne Gatti, Ralph Goritha, Robert J. Gerlich, Dennis Germain, Marna Gertzberg, Susan M. Gerstaner, Lawrence Daniel Gertzfred, James Jimmy Gerald Gaynor, Quartz Yee, Joseph M. Giacconi, Vincent Francis Gamona, Deborah L. Gibbon, Joseph Andrew Gimberson, Brenda Gibson, Craig Neil Gibson, Ronnie Geese, Andrew Clyde Gilbert IV, Timothy Paul Gilbert, Paul Stant Gibley, Paul John Gill, Mark Y. Gillis, Evan H. Gillette, Robert Gillian, Rodney C. Gillis, Laura Gilly, John F. Finley, Donald Marie Giordino, Jeffrey Giordino, John J. Giordino, Steve Giagetti, Martin Giavenzo, Jenny Giabrito, Kum Guillermo, Savante Gedit, Cynthia Gligana, John Bala, Jenna Gladstone, Keith Gladsko, Thomas Glasser, Edmund Glazier, Henry Glenn, Barry Glick, Jeremy Glick, Steve Lawrence Glick, John Chizuno, William Gotzak, Michael Goloria, Brian Goldberg, Jeffrey Goldflam, Michelle Goldstein, Monica Goldstein, Stephen Goldstein, Ron Gaslinsick, Andrew Galkin, Dennis James Goins, Enrique Gomez, Jose Gomez, Manuel Gomez, Max Gomez, Wilder Gomez, Jenny Gonzalez, Joel Gonzalez, Mercano Gonzalez, Rosa Gonzalez, Tammy Gonzalez, Lynn Catherine Goodchild, Calvin J. Gooding, Peter Morgan Goodrich, Harry Goody, Karen Gupta, Catherine Gariba, Lisa Gottestein, Corinne Gordon, Sebastian Gorkick, Corinne Joseph Gorman, Thomas E. Gorman, Olga Christian White, Michael Edward Gould, Douglas A. Gowell, Ija Goya, John Grabowski, Christopher Grady, Erwin J. Graff III, David Graffman, Gilbert Gradius, Lauren Gracolas, Elvira Granita, Winston Arthur Grant, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Christopher Gray, Aaron Gray, James Michael Gray, Linda Murr Graylin, John Michael Grazio, Timothy Grazio, Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green, Derek Arthur Green, Wade Brian Green, Wanda Anita Green, Elaine Myra Greensburg, Donald F. Green, Galen Green. Thank you. Okay.
At 9:59 a.m. in New York City, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Untold tens of thousands of lives of civilians whose names we do not know have been killed as a result of the events of September 11th. While we cannot say their names aloud, they are mourned. We invite you to come forward now or later to light a candle to remember these individuals. We now invite you into a time of silent meditation until the bell chimes once more. At 10:03 on the East Coast, United Airlines Flight 93 is crashed by its hijackers as a result of fighting in the cockpit into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
James Arthur Greenleaf, Eileen Marcia Greenleaf, Elizabeth Martin Gregg, Denise Gregory, Donald Gregory, Florence Gregory, Jack Gregory, Pedro David Grihan, John Griffin, Tawana Griffin, Joan Donna Griffin, Warren Grinka,
Ramon Cahivo, Joseph Grillo, David Grinner, Francis Grogan, Linda Gronlund, Kenneth George Rosales, Joseph Grislock,
Matthew Grismowski, Robert Goshar, Michael Leming Good, Richard Jerry Guadagno, Jose Antonio Guadalupe, Yan Zhu Cindy Guan, Jeffrey Guha, Joseph Gillickson, Babita Guman, Douglas Gurian, Gustafson Janet, Philip Guza, Sabita Guzman, Barbara Duzardo, Peter Mark Gayu Lavery, Gary Robert Haig, Andrea Lynn Haberman.
Barbara Habib, Philip Hansler, Nizam Ahad Aliz, Karen Haggerty, Stephen Michael Haggis, Mary Lou Haig, David Hadelman Jr., Maylie Raquel Hale, Diane Hale McKenzie, Richard Hall, Stanley Hall, Vaswal George Hall, Robert John Halligan, Vincent Gerald Halloran, Carol B. Hallman, James D. Halverson, Muhammad Salman Hamdani, Felicia Hamilton, Robert Hamilton, Carl Max Hammond Jr., Frederick Kim Hahn, Christopher James Hanley, Sean Hanley, Valerie Jones Hanna,
Thomas Hannafin, 36, Kevin James Hannaford, 32. Michael L. Hanan, 34. Dana Hanan, 29. Christine Hanson, 2. Peter Harrison, 32. Sue Ju Kim Hanson, 35. Basilios Haramis, 56. James Haran, 41. Gerald Hardacre, 62. Jeffrey Hardy, 45. Timothy John Hargrave, 38. Daniel Harlan, 41. Francis Haros, 76. Harvey Harrell, 49. Stephen Gary Harrell, 44. Aisha Harris, 22. Stuart Dennis Harris, 52. John Patrick Hart, 36. Eric Samadikan Hartono, 20. John Clinton Hartz, 64. Emerick Harvey, 56. Peter Paul Hashim, 40. Thomas Theodore Haskell, 37. Timothy Haskell, 34. Joseph John Hanson, 34.
Leonard William Hatton, 45. Terrence S. Hatton, 41. Michael Helmut Hogg, 34. Timothy Aaron Haviland, 41. Donald G. Havlish, 53. Anthony Hawkins, 30. Nahuro Yawasutu, 36. James E. Hayden, 47. Philip Thomas Hayes, 67. Robert J. Hayes, 36. William Ward Haynes, 35. Scott Hazelcorn, 29. Michael K. Healy, 42. Roberta Bernstein Heber, 60. Charles Francis Xavier Heron, 23. John E. Hefferman, 37. Michelle Heidenberger, 57. Sheila Hine, 51. Howard Joseph Heller, 37. Joanne L. Heidelbertel, 46. Roland John Henningway, 37. Mark F. Hinscoot, 45. Ronnie Lee Henderson, 52. Janet Hendricks, unknown. Brian Hennessy, 35.
Edward R. Hennessy, 35. Michelle Marie Henrique, 27. Joseph P. Henry, 25. William Henry, 49. John C. Henwood, 35. Robert Allen Hepburn, 39. Mary Molly Herenicia, 47. Lindsay Coates Harkness, III, 58. Harvey Robert Hermer, 59. Annabelle Hernandez, 41. Gabriel Hernandez, 31. Eduardo Hernandez, 40. Norberto Hernandez, 42. Raul Hernandez, 51. Gary Harrell, 44. Jeffrey Hirsch, 53. Thomas Hetzel, 33. Brian Hickey, 47. Tejada Isidro Hidalgo. Timothy B. Higgins, 43. Robert Higley, 29. Todd Russell Hill, 34. Clara Victorine Hines, 52. Neil Hines, 28.
Mark Henley, 28. Katsuki Hiral, 32. Heather Malia Oy, 32. Chara Yvette Hobbs, 31. Thomas A. Hobbs, 41. James L. Hoban, 47. Robert Wayne Hobson III, 36. Duwan Hodges, 29. Robert George Homer, 58. Patrick Aloysius Hobie, 53. John Hoffer, 45. Frederick J. Hoffman, 53. Joseph Hoffman, 43. Marcia Hoffman, 52. Michelle Lee Hoffman, 27. Stephen G. Hoffman, 38. Judith Florence Hoffmiller, 53. Wallace Cole Hogan, 40. Thomas Warren Holweck, Jr., 57. Jonathan R. Holman, 48. Cora Hidalgo Holland, 52. John Holland, 30. Joseph Francis Holland, 32. Jimmy Ira Holly, 54. Elizabeth Holmes, 42.
Thomas Hallahan, 36. Herbert Homer, 48. Leroy Homer, 36. Bradley Horn, 22. James Patrick Hopper, 52. Montgomery McCullough Monte, Horde. Michael Horn, 27. Matthew Horning, 26. Robert Hornho, 31. Michael Horrocks, 36. Aaron Horitz, 24. Charles Houston, 42. Uhuru Houston, 32. Angela Houtz, 27. George Gerald Howard, 45. Brady Howell, 36. Michael Howell, 60. Stephen Howell, 36. Jennifer Howley Dorsey, 34. Milagros Millie Ormanda, 35. Marion Hirikak, 58. Stephen Hukzuko, 44. Thomas Hughes, 46. Chris Hughes, 30. Melissa Harrington Hughes, 31.
in about 28 after to ring the bell, okay?
Paul Hughes, Robert Thomas Bobby Hughes, Timothy Robert Hughes, Susan Hooley, Michael Lamar Halsey, John Nicholas Humber Jr., Kathleen Casey Ann Hunt, William C. Hunt, Joseph G. Hunter, Peggy Hurt, Robert Husa, Stephen Neal Hyland, Robert J. Heimel, Thomas E. Hines, Walter G. Hines, Joseph Anthony Ionelli Jr., Zutu Ibis, Jonathan Lee Leppy, Michael Patrick Eichen, Daniel Ikonayevi, Frederick III Jr., Abraham Nathaniel Iowitz, Anthony P. Infante Jr., Louis Stephen Eligatera, Christopher N. Gracier, Paul William Inella, Stephen V. Irby, Doug Eargang, Christian A. Irvin Ryan, Todd A. Isaac, Eric Hans Isabranson, William Islepsy, Tezo Ishikawa, Walid Ishkandar, Aram Iskandarian, John F. Ishkian, Kazugi Bu, Alexander Vilierchi Ivanstav, Lacey B. Ivory, Virginia M. Jablonski, Brian Creed Jack, Brooke Alexandra Jackman, Aaron Jacobs, Ariel Louise Jacobs, Jason Kyle Jacobs, Michael Grady Jacobs, Stephen A. Jacobson, Stephen D. Jake Jacoby, Ricknath Jagannath, Jake Dennis Jagoda, Yud V.S. Jane, Maria Jakubiak, Robert Adrian Jalbert, Ernest James, Griselda E. Garo James, Mark Jardim, Amy N. Jarrett, Mohamedou Jawara, Jean Pierre Maxima, Paul E. Jeffers, John Charles Jenkins, Joseph Jenkins, Alan K. Jensen, Jarrett Prim Nath Jarrett, Farah Judy, Hawadar Jian, Luis Jimenez, Eliezer Jimenez Jr., Charles Gregory John, Nicholas John, Dennis Johnson, LaShamwana Johnson, Scott Michael Johnson, William Johnston, Donald Thomas Jones II, Arthur Joseph Jones III, Allison Hortzman Jones, Brian L. Jones, Charles Edward Jones, Christopher D. Jones, Donald W. Jones, Judith Jones, Linda Jones, Mary S. Jones, Andrew Jordan, Robert Thomas Jordan, Albert Joseph, Ingborg Joseph, Carl Henry Joseph, Stephen Joseph, Jane Eileen Josiah, Anthony Jovic, Angel C. Harvey Jr., Karen Susan Juday, Ann Judge, Michael Judge, Paul William Jurgens, Thomas Edward Jurgens, Shakarian Lakshmikanta Kadava, Roya Cafe, Gasaro Mukontonia Kamadinova, Sherry Ann Kendall, Howard Lee Kane, Jennifer Lynn Kane, Vincent D. Kane, Zhongku Kang, Sheldon R. Cantor, Deborah H. Kaplan, Robin Kaplan, Alvin Peter Kalperman Jr., Charles Kerseski, William Tony A. Carnes, Douglas G. Karpeloff, Charles L. Casper, Andrew Keith Cates, John Kistimedes, Robert M. Colfers, Don Jerome Koss Jr., Hidayah Kawachi, Edward Thomas Keene, Richard M. Keene, Griffin, Lisa Kearney Griffin, Carol Ann Kiesler, Barbara Keating, Paul Hallen Keating, Leo Russell Keene III, Brenda Kegler, Chandler Chad Keller, Joseph J. Keller, Peter Rodney Kellerman, Joseph P. Coletti, Frederick H. Kelly, Richard John Kelly Jr., William Hill Kelly Jr., James Joseph Kells Kelly, Joseph Anthony Kelly, Maurice Patrick Kelly, Thomas Michael Kelly, Thomas Richard Kelly, Thomas W. Kelly, Timothy C. Kelly, Robert C. Kennedy, Thomas J. Kennedy, Yvonne Kennedy, John Richard Keohane, Ralph Francis Kershaw, Ronald T. Kerwin, Kestenbaum Howard L., Douglas D. Ketchum, Ruth E. Kettler, Boris Kalev, Norma Cruz Khan, Sarah Khan, Timur Faraz Khan, Rajesh Kandalawa, Bhawani Devi Kimraj, Sile Ku, Michael Kiefer, Satoshi Kikuchurahara, Andrew J. Han Kim, Lawrence Donald Kim.
At 10:28 a.m. in New York City, the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. You can start here, and if you would, put this wherever you end up.
Mary Jo Kimmelman, Heinrich Kimmig, Karen A. Kincaid, Robert King Jr., Amy R. King, Andrew Marshall King, Lucille King, Lisa M. King Johnson, Brian Kinney, Takashi Kinoshita, Chris Michael Kirby, Howard Barry Kirschbaum, Glenn Davis Kerwin, Richard J. Claris, Peter A. Klein, Alan David Kleinberg, Karen Joyce Klitzman, Ronald Philip Klopfer, Eugenie Denizev, Andrew Knox, Thomas Patrick Knox, Rebecca Kabori, Deborah Kobus, Gary Edward Keschler, Frank J. Kostner, Ryan Cohart, Vanessa Lynn Kolpak, Irina Kolpakova, Suzanne Kodratenko, Abdullah Kone, Bonsok Ku, Dorota Kopisko, Scott Kopitko, Bojan Kostik, Danielle Kosoulis, David P. Kovalsin, John J. Kren, William Krakowski, Lyudmila Kasudo, Toshia Kuje, Shekhar Kumar, Kenneth Kumpel, Frederick Coe Jr., Patricia Kouras, Nika Kushatani, Thomas Joseph Kuvaikas, Victor Quarkier, Ku Phi Kwok, Angela R. Kite, Catherine L. Labori, Amarnath Lachman, Andrew Lacourte, Ganesh K. Ladkat, James Patrick Ladley, Joseph A. LaFalce, Jeanette LaFond Minicino, David LaForge, Michael Patrick LaForte, Alan LaFranco, Juan LaFuente, Neil Kwamwa Lai, Vincent Anthony Laeta, William David Lake, Franco Lalama, Chow Juan Lam, Michael Scott Lamana, Stephen Lamontia, Amy Hope Lamonsoff, Robert T. Lane, Brendan Mark Lang, Roseanne P. Lang, Vanessa Lang Langer, Mary Lou Langley, Peter J. Langone, Thomas Michael Langone, Michelle B. Lanza, Ruth Sheila Lapin, Carol Ann LaPlante, Ingeborg Astrid Desiree Laribe, Robin Blair Larkey, Judy LaRoque, Christopher Randall Larrabee, Hamidou S. Larry, Scott Larson, John Adam Larson, Natalie Janice Lasden, Gary E. Lasco, Nicholas C. Lassman, Paul Lazinski, Jeffrey Latouche, Charles Augustus Lorenzen, Stephen James Laria, Maria Lavache, Dennis F. Lavelle, Janine M. Laverde, Anna A. Laverty, Stephen Lawn, Robert A. Lawrence, Nathaniel Lawson, David W. Lachak, Eugene Lazar, James Patrick Leahy, Joseph Gerard Levy, Neil Levy, Robert George LeBlanc, Leon Labor, Kenneth Charles Ledee, Alan J. Letterman, Elena F. Ledesma, Alexis Leduc, Daniel John Lee, David Shufi Lee, Dong Lee, Gary H. Lee, Hyunjun Paul Lee, Zhong Min Lee, Juanita Lee, Catherine Blair Lee, Linda C. Lee, Lorraine Lee, Mayung Woo Lee, Richard Yoon Chun Lee, Stuart Soon Jin Lee, Yang Dare Lee, Stephen Paul Lefkowitz, Adriana Legro, Edward J. Lehman, Eric Andrew Lehrfeld, David Ralph Leistman, David Prudencio Lamonge, Joseph A. Lenahan, John Joseph J. Lennon, Jr., John Robinson Lenoir, Jorge Luis Leon, Matthew Gerard Leonard, Michael Lepore, Charles Antoine L'Esperance, Jeffrey Earl Levine, John Dennis Levi, Alicia Karen Levin, Neil D. Levin, Robert Bobby Levine, Robert M. Levine, Shai Levenhar, Daniel C. Lewin, Adam J. Lewis, Jennifer Lewis, Kenneth Lewis, Margaret Susan Lewis, Ye Y. Lang, Orsasri Leongthanasam, Daniel F. Libretti, Ralph M. Licciardi, Edward Lichtstein, Stephen Barry Lilienthal, Carlos R. Leo, Craig Damian Lelore, Arnold A. Lim, Daria Lynn, Y. Wrong Lynn, Thomas Gallegos Linares, Nikki L. Lindo, Thomas V. Linehan, Jr., Robert Thomas Linnae, Alan Linton, Jr., Diane Teresa Lipari, Kenneth P. Lira, Francisco Alberto Liriano, Lorraine Lisi, Paul Lisson, Vincent M. Lito, Ming Hao Liu, Joseph Livera, Nancy Liz, Harold Liscano, Martin Lizul, George A. Yanis, Elizabeth Claire Beth Logler, Catherine Lisa Laguidis, Jerome Robert Lohez, Michael Lomax, Stephen V. Long, Laura M. Longing, Salvatore Lopez, Daniel Lopez, George Lopez, Luis M. Lopez, Maclovio Joe Lopez, Manuel L. Manny Lopez, Joseph Lostrongio, Chet Louis, Stuart Syed Luis, Joseph Lovero, Sarah Elizabeth Lowe, Michael W. Lowe, Gary Lozier, John Peter Lazowski, Charles Peter Lusania, Edward Ted Hobbs Luckett II, Mark Ludvigson, Lee Charles Ludwig, Sean Thomas Lugano, Daniel Lugo, Marie Lucas, William Lum Jr., Michael P. London, Christopher Edmund Lunder, Anthony Luparello, Gary Lutnick, Linda Luzicone, Alexander Ligon, Cece Lyles, Robert H. Lynch, Jr., Pharrell Peter Lynch, James Lynch, James Francis Lynch, Luis A. Lynch, Michael Lynch, Michael Francis Lynch, Michael Francis Lynch, Richard Davis Lynch, Sean Lynch, Sean Patrick Lynch, Terrence M. Lynch, Neamon Lyons IV, Michael J. Lyons, Monica Lyons, Patrick Lyons, Robert Francis Mace, Mary Ann McFarland, Jan Bajewski, Susan A. McKay, Catherine Fairfax McRae, Richard B. Madden, Simon Madison, Noel C. Mertz, Jenny Ann Maffeo, Joseph Maffeo, J. Robert Magazine, Brian McGee, Charles Wilson McGee, Joseph McGeety, Ronald E. Magnuson, Daniel L. Marr, Thomas A. Mahon, William J. Mahoney, Joseph Io, Takashi Makimoto, Abdu Malahi, Deborah I. Maldonado, Myrna T. Maldonado Agosto, Alfred R. Mailer, Gregory James Malone, Edward Francis Teddy Malone, Joseph E. Maloney, Jean E. Malloy, Christian Hartwell Maltby, Francisco Mancini, Joseph Mangano, Sarah Elizabeth Manley, Deborah M. Manetti, Marion Victoria Vicky Manning, Terrence J. Manning, James Moniz, Alfred Gillis Padre Joseph Marchant, Joseph Ross Marchbanks Jr., Laura A. Giglio Marchese, Hilda Marcine, Peter Edward Mardikian, Edward Joseph Mardovich, Charles Joseph Margiotta, Luis Neil Mariani, Kenneth Joseph Marino, Lester Vincent Marino, Vita Marino, Kevin D. Marlowe, Jose J. Marrero, John Marshall, Shelley A. Marshall, James Martello, Michael A. Marty, Karen Martin, Peter C. Martin, Teresa M. Martin, William J. Martin, Brian E. Martineau, Betsy Martinez, Edward J. Martinez, Jose Martinez, Robert Gabriel Martinez, Lizzie Martinez Calderon, Paul Richard Martini, Joseph A. Mascali, Bernard Mascarenas, Stephen F. Mossy, Ada L. Mason, Nicholas Nick Massa, Patricia Ann Massari, Michael Massaroli, Philip W. Mastrandea, Rudolph Mastrosink, Joseph Matai, Charles William Mathers, William A. Matheson, Margaret Elaine Matic, Marcelo Matriciano, Dean E. Matson, Robert D. Matson, Walter Matuza.
Let me pause you just for a minute so I can ring the bell. At 10:50 in Arlington County, Virginia, 5 stories of part of the Pentagon collapse due to the fire.
Timothy Maud, Charles A. Morrow, Charles J. Morrow, Dorothy Morrow, Nancy T. Morrow, Robert J. Maxwell, Renee May, Tyrone May, Keith Roy Maynard, Robert J. Mayo, Kathy Nancy Maza Deloche, Edward Mazzella Jr., Jennifer Mazota, Kyria Mbaye, James J. McAllery, Brian G. McAleese, Patricia A. McCanany, Colin Richard MacArthur, John Kevin McAvoy, Kenneth M. McBriar, Brendan F. McCabe, Charlie McCabe, Michael Justin McCabe, Thomas J. McCann, Justin McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy, Michael Desmond McCarthy, Robert Garvin McCarthy, Stanley McCaskill, Katie McCloskey, Tara McLeod Gray, Juliana Valentine McCourt, Ruth Magdalene McCourt, Charles Austin McCran, Tanyelle McDay, Matthew J. McDermott, Joseph P. McDonald, Brian G. McDonnell, Michael Patrick McDonnell, John F. McDowell Jr., Eamon J. McAnini, John Thomas McErleen Jr., Catherine Katie McGarry Nowak, Daniel F. McGinley, Mark Ryan McGinley, William E. McGinn, Thomas Henry McGinnis, Michael Gregory McGinty, Ann McGovern, Scott Martin McGovern, William J. McGovern, Stacy S. McGowan, Francis Noel McGuinn, Thomas F. McGinnis Jr., Patrick J. McGuire, Thomas Michael McHale, Keith McKeffey, Michael Edward McHugh Jr., Ann M. McHugh, Dennis J. McHugh, Dennis P. McHugh, Robert G. McIlvain, Donald James McIntyre, Stephanie Marie McKenna, Molly Hornberger McKenzie, Barry J. McKeon, Evelyn C. McKinney, Daryl Larone McKinney, George Patrick McLaughlin Jr., Robert Carroll McLaughlin Jr., Gavin McMahon, Robert Dismas McMahon, Edmund M. McNally, Daniel McNeil, Walter Arthur McNeil, Christine Sheila McNulty, Sean Peter McNulty, Robert William McPadden, Terrence McShane, Timothy Patrick McSweeney, Martin Edward McWilliams, Rocco Medaglia, Abigail Medina, Anna Iris Medina, Deborah Medwig, Damian Meehan, William J. Meehan, Alok Mehta, Raymond Meisenheimer, Manuel Emilio Mejia, Escadar Melacu, Antonio Melendez, Mary Melendez, Christopher D. Mello, Yelena Makinchenko, Stuart Todd Meltzer, D'Aurelia Giovanna Mena, Dora M. Menchaca, Charles Mendez, Lizette Mendoza, Siobhan Mentis, Wolfgang Peter Menzel, Stephen Mercado, Wesley Mercer, Ralph Joseph Mercurio, Alan H. Merdinger, George C. Marino, Yamel Marino, George Mercouris, Deborah Merrick, Raymond J. Metz III, Jill A. Metzler, David Robert Meyer, Nurul Hook Mia, Shakila Yasmin Mia, William Edward Michuli, Martin Paul Michaelstein, Patricia E. Patty Mickley, Luis Clodoldo Ravilla Mier, Ronald D. Milam, Peter Teague Milano, Gregory Milanwitz, Lukasz Milewski, Douglas C. Miller Jr., Henry Miller Jr., Robert Cromwell Miller Jr., Corey Peter Miller, Craig James Miller, Joel Miller, Michael Matthew Miller, Nicole Miller.
This might be easier.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Philip D. Miller. Robert Allen Miller. Benjamin Millman. Charles M. Mills. Ronald Keith Milstein. Robert Minara. William G. Minardi. Louis Joseph Minervino. Thomas Mingione. Wilbert Murray. Dominic Mersavich. Raj A. Mirpuri. Joseph Mistruli. Susan Miskowitz. Paul Thomas Mitchell. Richard Muccio. Jeff Ladenick. Frank V. Mosio Sr. Louis Joseph Modafferi. Boye Muhammad. Dennis Mojica. Manuel Mojica. Fernando Jimenez Molina. Manuel de Jesus Molina. Carl Molinaro. Justin J. Molisani, Jr. Brian Patrick Monahan. Franklin Monahan. John Gerald Monahan. Kristen Montanaro. Craig D. Montano. Michael G. Montasi. Carlos Alberto Montoya. Cheryl Ann Moniak. Thomas Moody. Sharon Moore. Krishna V. Morthy. Laura Lee Morabito. Abner Morales. Carlos Morales. Paula Morales. Gerald P. Jerry Moran. John Moran. John Christopher Moran. Kathleen Moran. Lindsay S. Morehouse. George Morrell. Stephen P. Morello. Vincent S. Morello. Arturo Alva Moreno. Yvette Nicole Moreno. Dorothy Morgan. Richard J. Morgan. Nancy Morgenstern. Sane Morai. Blanca Moroka. Lionel Morocco. Dennis G. Maroney. Lynn Irene Morris. Odessa V. Morris. Seth Allen Morris. Stephen Philip Morris. Christopher Morrison. Ferdinand V. Maroney. William David Muscal. Brian Anthony Moss. Marco Matroni Sr. Cynthia Modis Wilson. Chung Mu. Lori A. Mochinsky. Jude J. Musa. Peter C. Mutos. Damian Mowat. Teddington Ham Ted Moy. Christopher Mozillo. Stephen V. Mulderry. Richard Muldowney Jr. Michael Dermott Mulan. Dennis Michael Mulligan. Peter James Mulligan. Michael Joseph Mullen. James Donald Munhall. Nancy Muniz. Carlos Mario Munoz. Teresa Terry Munson. Robert M. Murak. Cesar Augusto Murillo. Mark A. Morallo. James Francis Murphy IV. Robert Eddie Murphy Jr. Brian Joseph Murphy.
Start there and then put it back where you finish. Yeah, there.
John Joseph Jack Murray. Catherine Nardelia. Michael DeMott Mullian. Robert Eddie Murphy Jr. Susan D. Murray. Mario Nardona. Dennis Michael Mulligan. Brian Joseph Murphy. Valerie Victoria Murray, Monica Narula, Peter James Mulligan, Charles A. Murphy, Yuri Mushinsky, Sean Nasansi, Michael Joseph Mullen, Christopher William White Murphy, Richard Todd Mary, Narendra Nath, James Donald Munhall, Edward C. Murphy, Louis J. Mackey, Karen S. Navarro, Nancy Munez, James Thomas Murphy, Robert Nagel, Joseph Michael Navas, Carlos Mario Munez, Kevin James Murphy, Mildred Rose Nyman, Francia Nazario, Glenroy Neblet, Oscar Nesbitt, Gloria Nevis, Soichi Numata, Marcus R. Neblet, Gerard Terrence Nevins, Troy Edward Nissen, Brian Felix Nunez, Jerome O. Ned, Renee Lucille Newell, Paul R. Nimbley, Jose R. Nunez, Lawrence Nadell, Christopher Newton, John Valentin Niven, Jeffrey Nussbaum, Luke G. Nee, Nancy Yuen No, Curtis Terrence Noel, James A. Oakley, Pete Negron, Kang Nguyen, Michael Allen Noeth, Dennis Patrick Oberg, Lori Ann Nera, Jody Tepadino Nichilo, Daniel Robert Nolan, James P. O'Brien, Ann Nicole Nelson, Kathleen Ann Nicosia, Robert Walker Noonan, Michael O'Brien, David William Nelson, Martin Stewart Niederer, Jacqueline Norton, Scott J. O'Brien, James Arthur Nelson, Alfonso Joseph Niedermeyer III, Robert Grant Norton, Timothy Michael O'Brien, Michelle Ann Nelson, Frank John Neistat Jr., Daniela R. Notaro, Daniel O'Callahan, Peter Allen Norton, Juan Nevis Jr., Brian Novotny, Jefferson Ocampo, Dennis J. O'Connor Jr., Joseph J. Ogren, Jeffrey James Olson, Christopher Argilowitz, Diana J. O'Connor, Thomas J. O'Hagan, Barbara Olson, Margaret Q. Orlowski, Keith Kevin O'Connor, Samuel Otis, Maureen L. Renee Olson, Virginia Ginger Ormiston Kenworthy, Richard J. O'Connor, Patrick J. O'Keefe, Stephen John Olson, Ruben Ornedo, Amy Doherty, William O'Keefe, Matthew Timothy O'Mahony, Kevin M. O'Rourke, Marnie Pont O'Doherty, Gerald Michael Olcott, Toshihiro Onda, Juan Romero Orozco, Douglas E. Olschlager, Gerald O'Leary, Seamus L. O'Neill, Ronald Orsini, Takashi Ogawa, Christine Ann Olinder, Seamus J. L. O'Neill, Peter K. Ortali, Albert Ogletree, Linda Mary Oliva, Peter J. O'Neill, Jane Orth, Philip Paul Ogrebini, Edward K. Oliver, John P. O'Neill, Emilio Peter Ortiz Jr., John Oganowski, Leah Oliver, Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill, Paul Ortiz Jr., James Arthur O'Grady, Eric Tauby Olson, Betty Ann Ong, Alexander Ortiz, James Andrew O'Grady, Eric Tauby Olson, Michael C. Opperman, Alexander Ortiz, Ken O'Reilly, David Ortiz, Pablo Ortiz, Sonia Ortiz, Masaru Osi, Patrick O'Shea, Robert W. O'Shea, Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva, James Robert Ostrowski, Timothy F. O'Sullivan, Jason Douglas Oswald, Michael Otten, Isidro Offenwalder, Michael Wu, Todd Joseph Ueda, Jesus Ovala, Peter J. Owens Jr., Adianis Oyola, Angel M. Chick Pabon, Israel Pabon, Ronald Pacheco, Michael Benjamin Packer, Chin Soon Pak, Paula Deepa K. Pakala, Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo, Thomas Anthony Palazzo, Richard Palazzolo, Oreo Joseph Palmer, Frank A. Palumbo, Alan Palumbo, Christopher M. Panettiere, Dominique Lisa Pandolfo, James Martin Panic, Paul J. Pansini, John M. Paolillo, Edward Joseph Papa, Salvatore Papasso, James Nicholas Papageorge, Marie Papalardo, Vinod K. Parakat, Via Shankar Paramsotha, Nitin Ramesh Parandakar, Harde Casey Parbhu, James Wendell Parham, Deborah Debbie Paris, George Paris, Jia Hong Park, Philip L. Parker, Michael A. Parkus, Robert Emmett Parks, Jr., Hasmukh Chuklai Parmar, Robert Paro, Diane Marie Moore Parsons, Leobardo Lopez Pascual, Michael J. Pascuma, Gerald H. Paskins, Horace Robert Passananti, Suzanne H. Passaro, Victor Antonio Martinez Pastrana, Avnish Ramanbai Patel, Deepti Patel, Manish K. Patel, Stephen B. Patterson, James Matthew Patrick, Lawrence Patrick, Manuel Patrocino, Bernard E. Bernie Patterson, Clifford L. Patterson, Sierra Marie Patti, Edward Robert Pattison, James Robert Paul, Patrice Sobin Paz, Sharon Christina Millen Paz, Victor Paz Gutierrez, Slacy Lynn Peak, Richard Allen Perlman, Darrell V. Pearsall, Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli, Thomas E. Pedicini, Todd D. Pellino, Michael Adrian Pelletier, Anthony Peluso, Angel Ramon Pena, Robert Penniger, Richard L. Penny, Salvatore Pepe, Carl Allen Peralta, Robert David Barraza, Marie Vola Percosa.
Thank you for being here. You can start right here and just put this back where you finished.
John Anthony Perconti, Alejo Perez, Angel Perez, Angela Susan Perez, Anthony Perez, Ivan A. Perez, Nancy E. Perez, Barry Berenson Perkins, Joseph John Peroncino, Edward Joseph Parada, Emeralda Perry, Glenn C. Perry, John William Perry, Franklin Allen Pershep, Danny Pesco, Michael Pesserine, Davin Peterson, Donald Arthur Peterson, Jean Hoadley Peterson, William Russell Peterson, Mark Petrocelli, Philip Scott Petty, Glenn K. Pettit, Dominic A. Pizzulo, Colleen E. Pizzuti, Kevin Pfeiffer, Tuan Pham, Kenneth John Phelan, Eugenia Piantieri, Ludwig J. Picaro, Matthew Paserno, Joseph O. Pick, Christopher Pickford, Dennis J. Pierce, Bernard T. Pietranico, Nicholas P. Pietrinti, Theodorus Pigus, Susan Elizabeth Ancona Pinto, Joseph Piscadlo, Christopher Todd Pittman, Josh Piver, Robert R. Plodger, Xanda Cooper Plodger, Joseph Plumitallo, John M. Pocher, William H. Pullman, Lawrence M. Pollage, Thomas H. Polhemus, Steve Policino, Susan M. Polio, Darren Howard Puntel, Eric Thomas Popito, Joshua Poptine, Giovanna Porras, Anthony Portillo, James Edward Portordi, Daphne Pouletsos, Richard N. Poulos, Stephen E. Poulos, Brandon Jerome Powell, Scott Powell, Sean Edward Powell, Tony Pratt, Gregory M. Preciosi, Wanda Astle Prince, Vincent Princiota, Kevin M. Pryor, Everett Marty Proctor III, Carrie B. Progen, David Lee Priam, Richard Pronti, John F. Puckett, Robert Pugliese, Edward F. Pullis, Patricia Ann Puma, Jack Punches, Sonia Morales Puopolo, Hemanth Kumar Patur, Joseph John Pissier, Edward Richard Picon, Christopher Quackenbush, Lars Peter Qualbin, Lincoln Coop, Patrick J. Quigley IV, Beth Ann Quigley, Michael Quilty, James Francis Quinn, Ricardo Quinn, Carol Ravelay, Christopher Peter A. Recaniello, Leonard Regaglia, Eugene J. Raggio, Snick Ragonesi, Michael Ragusa, Peter F. Raimondi, Harry A. Rains, Lisa J. Rains, Etisham U. Raja, Valsa Raju, Edward J. Rawl, Luke Rambusek, Julio Fernandez Ramirez, Marisabel Ramirez, Ulf Ram Eriksson, Harry Ramos, Vishnu Ramsarup, Deborah Ramsar, Lorenzo Ramsey, Alfred Todd Reiki, Adam David Rand, Jonathan C. Randall.
Just start here and put this wherever you finish. Okay?
Well,
Shinivasha Renhaha, Anne Ransom, Thana Rappaport, Rhonda Rasmussen, Robert Arthur Rasmussen, Aminia Raskosol, Roger Mark Rasweller, Marcia Diana Ratchford, David Allen Rathke, William R. Robb, Gerard Razou, Alexei Razuve, Gregory Reda, Sarah Redheffer, Michelle Marie Reed, Judith Reese, Donald Reagan, Robert Reagan, Thomas M. Reagan, Christian Michael Otto Regahard, Howard Reich, Gregory Reedy, James B. Reilly, Kevin O. Reilly, Timothy Edward Reilly, Joseph Reyna, Thomas Barnes Reinig, Frank B. Reisman, Joshua Scott Reese, Karen C. Renda, John Armand Rio, Richard Rescola, John Thomas Resta, Sylvia Sanpoy Resta, Martha Risky, David E. Rettig, Todd Rubin, Edzvuki Eddie Reyes, Bruce Albert Reynolds, John Frederick Rhodes, Jr., Francis Saverio Riccadelli, Rudolph N. Riccio, Anne Marie Davi Riccoboni, Kenneth F. Rice III, David Rice, Eileen Mary Rice, Cecilia E. Richard, Vernon Allen Richard, Claude D. Richards, Gregory Richards, Michael Richards, Venetia O. Richards, James Riches, Alan J. Richmond, John M. Rigo, James Riley, Frederick Charles Rimelli III, Teresa Ginger Risco, Rose Mary Riso, Morasses M. Rivas, Joseph Rivelli Jr., Carmen Alicia Riviera, Isis Riviera, Juan William Riviera, Linda Riviera, Waliska Martinez Riviera, David E. Rivers, Joseph Reverso, Paul V. Riza, John Frank Rizzo, Stephen Louis Roach, Joseph Roberto, Leo Roberts, Michael Roberts, Michael Edward Roberts, Donald Walter Robertson Jr., Katharina Robinson, Jeffrey Robinson, Michelle Lee Robotham, Donald Arthur Robeson, Antonio Augusto Roca, Raymond J. Roca, Laura Rockefeller, John Rodak, Antonio Jose Carusa Rodriguez, Anthony Rodriguez, Carlos Cortez Rodriguez, Carmen Milagros Rodriguez, Gregory Rodriguez, Marcia A. Rodriguez, Richard Rodriguez, David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas, Matthew Rogan, Jean Destrahan Roger, Carly Barbara Rogers, Scott Rohner, Keith Roma, Joseph Roganelio, Ephraim Franco Romero Sr., Elvin Santiago Romero, James A. Romito, Sean Rooney, Eric Thomas Ropito, Ada Rosario, Angela Rosario, Mark Harlan Rosen, Brooke David Rosenbaum, Linda Rosenbaum, Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum, Lloyd D. Rosenberg, Mark Lewis Rosenberg, Andrew Rosenblum, Joshua M. Rosenblum, Joshua Rosenthal, Richard David Rosenthal, Philip Rosenzweig, Richard Barry Ross, Daniel Rossetti, Norman S. Poiseno, Nicholas Rosamondo, Michael Craig Rothberg, Donna Marie Rothberg, Mark Mickey Rosenberg, James M. Rue, Nicholas Rowe, Edward Rowenhorst, Judy Roulette, Timothy Allen Roy Sr., Bezard Roya, Paul G. Roback, Ronald J. Rubin, Joanne Rubino, David M. Ruddle, Bart Joseph Ruggier, Susan Ann Ruggiero, Adam Ruhalter, Gilbert Ruiz, Abdulio Ruiz Diaz, Robert E. Russell, Stephen P. Russell, Stephen Harris Rosen, Michael Thomas Russo Sr., Wayne Allen Russo, William R. Ruth, Edward Ryan, John Joseph Ryan, Jonathan Stephen Ryan, Matthew Lancelot Ryan, Titania Rehova, Christina Sanga Ryok, Jason Elazar Sabag, Thomas E. Sabella, Scott Saber, Charles E. Sabin, Joseph F. Sacerdoti, Jessica Lee Sachs, Francis John Sedocha, Jude Elias Safi, Brock Joel Safranoff, Edward Saya, John Patrick Salamone, Marjorie C. Salamone, Hernando R. Salas, Juan Salas, Esmeralda Antonio Salcedo, John Salvatore Salerno, Rama Sally, Richard Salinardi, Wayne John Salomon, Nolbert Solomon, Catherine Patricia Salter, Frank Salvateri, Paul Salvio, Samuel R. Salvo, Carlos Alberto Samaniego, Reina Sam Dino, John Sammartino, James Kenneth Samuel Jr., Michael V. San Philip, Hugo Zane Parafil, Alvar Jeffries Sanchez, Eric Sanchez, Jacqueline Sanchez, Jesus Sanchez, Eric Sand, Stacy Lee Sanders, Herman S. Sandler, James Sands Jr., Aline J. Santiago, Kristen Santiago, Maria Teresa Santanian, Susan G. Santo, Christopher Santora, John Santori, Mario L. Santora, Dominique Santos. Rafael Humberto Santos. Rufino Condrado Santos. Victor Saraceni. Kaylin K. Sarkar. Chappelle Sarka. Paul F. Sarl. Dipindika Kuma Santiluri. Gregory Thomas Saucedo. Susan Saar. Anthony Savas. Vladimir Savinkin. John Sabararo. David Scales. Robert Louis Rob Scandoli. Michelle Scarpita. Dennis Scarsusa. John A. Scard. John G. Scarf. Fred Claude Scaffold, Jr. Angela Susan Seinberg. Scott M. Schletzker. Sean Shiniki. Stephen Francis Shalag. Robert Allen Schnagel. John Schniskell. Karen Helene Schmidt. Ian Schneider. Thomas Scalaris. Frank G. Scott. Gerald P. Sherang. Jeffrey Schreier. John Schroeder. Susan Lee Kennedy Schuyler. Edward W. Shrunk. Mark Schumeyer. Claren Shelley Schwartz. John Bergholt Schwartz. Mark Schwartz. Adrian Skibita. Raphael Skorka. Janice Scott. Randolph Scott. Christopher Scruder. Arthur Warren Schoolin. Michael Seaman. Margaret Seeliger. Anthony Cigara. Carlos Cigara. Jason Setzger. Matthew Carmen Salido. Michael L. Selves. Howard Swelwin. Larry John Cinco. Arturo Angelo Sereno. Frankie Sereno. Marion Serva. Alina Sesenova. Adele Sessa. Sitsu Normella Shuwarni. Karen Lynn Seymour Dietrich. Davis G. Degg Cessna. Thomas Score. Jasish Shah. Khalid Mohammed Shashid. Mohammed Shashharan. Gary Shumay. Earl Richard Shananahan. Shiv Shankar. Dan Eric Shanovan. Hong Shishueng. Lang Shishwin. Wang Shishnohang. Neil Shastri. Catherine Ann Schatzorf. Barbara A. Shaw. Jeffrey James Shaw. Robert John Shea, Jr. Daniel James Shea. Joseph Patrick Shea. Mary Catherine Schreerer. Robert Michael Schwerer, Linda Shrehan, Hage Sharifi, Terrence Sheffield, Antoinette Tony Sherman, John Anthony Sherry, Sean Shishki, Atshuri Shiritori, Thomas Joseph Schubert, Mark Schulman, C. Wong Shum, Alan Schwartzkine, Johanna Sigmund, Diane T. Signer, Gregory Sikorsky, Stephen Siller, David Silver, Craig A. Silverstein, Nashima Shimhi, Bruce Simmons, Diane Simmons, Donald Dean Simmons, George Simmons, Arthur Simon, Kenneth Allen Simon, Michael John Simon, Paul Joseph Simon, Marianne Simone, Barry Simmerwitz, Jane Louise Simpkin, Jeff Lal Simpkin, George V. Sims, Cheryl D. Sincock, Kaladimi Kami Singh, Roshan Singh, Thomas Edison Sinton III, Peter Syracuse, Muriel F. Siskopoulos, Joseph Sisolak, John Scala, Francis J. Skidmore, Jr., Toyina Khalees Skinner, Paul Sklekpek, Christopher Paul Slattery, Vincent Slavin, Robert Slilvik, Paul Sloan, Stanley Samalgala, Wendy L. Small, Greg Harold Smallwood, Leon Smith, Jr., Catherine T. Smith, Daniel Lawrence Smith, Gary F. Smith, George Eric Smith, Heather Lee Smith, James G. Smith, Jeffrey Randall Smith, Joyce Smith, Carl Trumbull Smith, Kevin Smith, Maura Ann Smith, Rosemary A. Smith, Sandra Fajardo Smith, Bonnie Smithwick, Rochelle Monique Snell, Christine Ann Snyder, Diane Bullis Snyder, Leonard Joseph Snyder, Astrid Sohan, Sushil Solinsky, Ruben Solaris, Naomi Lee Solomon, Daniel W. Song, Mari Ray Soper, Michael Cerisi, Fabian Soto, Timothy Patrick Sulas, Gregory Spaganoli, Donald Spantimento, Thomas Barascio, Georgia Sparks, John Anthony Spataro,
Untold tens of thousands of lives of civilians whose names we do not know have been killed as a result of the events of September 11th. While we cannot say their names aloud, they are mourned. We invite both those here in the sanctuary and those watching online who may join us later to come forward and light a candle in the memory of these individuals throughout the day. From this point going forward, we will chime the bell at the top of each hour. You can start here and just put this back.
Robert W. Spear, Jr., Robert Spiesman, Maynard S. Spence, George E. Spencer III, Robert Andrew Spencer, Mary Rubina Sperando, Frank J. Spinelli, William E. Spitz, Joseph P. Spohr, Klaus Johann Sprokamp, Saranaya Sirinan, Rose Fitzroy St. Rose, Michael F. Stabile, Lawrence T. Stack, Timothy Stackpole, Richard James Stadelberger, Eric A. Stallman, Gregory Stock, Alexandru Liviu Stan, Karina Stan, Mary D. Stanley, Joyce Stanton, Patricia Stanton, Anthony M. Starita, Jeffrey Stark, Derek James Stackelvoos, Patricia J. Statz, Craig William Staub, William V. Steckelman, Eric Thomas Steen, William R. Steiner, Alexander Robbins Steinman, Edna L. Stevens, Andrew Sturgolopoulos, Andrew Stern, Norma Lang Sturley, Martha Stevens, Richard H. Stewart, Jr., Michael James Stewart, Sanford Sandy M. Stoller, Douglas J. Stone, Lenny J. Stone, Jimmy Neville Story, Timothy C. Stout, Thomas S. Strada, James J. Strain, Jr., Edward W. Straub, George J. Strock, Jr., Edward T. Strauss, Stephen R. Strauss, Larry Strickland, Stephen F. Strobart, Walwyn W. Stewart, Benjamin Suarez, David Scott Suarez, Ramon Suarez, Javier Suarez, Yoichi Sugiyama, William C. Sugra, Daniel Sir, David Mark Sullins, Christopher Sullivan, Patrick Sullivan, Thomas Sullivan, Hilario Soriana, Larry Sumaya, James Joseph Suozo, Colleen Strupinski, Robert Sutcliffe Jr., Selena Sutter, Claudia Suzette Sutton, John Swain, Valerie Swanson, Christine M. Swearson, an unknown Sweeney, Brian D. Sweeney, Brian Edward Sweeney, Madeline Amy Sweeney, Kenneth J. Swenson, Thomas F. Swift, Derek D. Sword, Kevin T. Sozik, Gina Steinberg, Norbert Surskowski, Harry Tabak, Joanne Tabik, Norma C. Tadai, Michael Tadiono, Kuchinaro Takashaki, Keiji Takashaki, Phyllis Talbot, Robert R. Talhami, John Tagalani, Sean Patrick Talon, Paul Talty, Marita Tam, Rachel Tamares, Hector Tamayo, Michael Andrew Tamuccio, Kenneth Takanta, Rondell Cherie Tankard, Michael Anthony Tanner, Dennis Gerard Teormina, Kenneth Joseph Tarantino, Alan Tarasiewicz, Michael C. Tarot, Ronald Tataro, Daryl A. Taylor, Donnie Brooks Taylor, Hilda E. Taylor, Kip P. Taylor, Leonard Taylor, Louisa Ceylon Taylor, Michael M. Taylor, Sandra Carol Taylor, Sandra Teague, Carl W. Teepee, Paul A. Techmeyer, Yavishant Morishwa Yesh Tembi, Anthony Tepesta, Dorothy Temple, David Tengelin, Brian John Terenzi, Lisa Marie Terry, Gumati Thakurdin, Harshad Sham Thate, Michael Theorodidis, Thomas F. Thurkoff Jr., Sada Derry, Leslie Thomas O'Keefe, Brian Thompson, Clive Thompson, Glenn Thompson, Nigel Bruce Thompson, Perry Anthony Thompson, Vanaf Alexi Thompson, William Harry Thompson, Eric Raymond Thorpe, Nicola Angela Thorpe, Tamara C. Thurman, Sal Edward Thierry Jr., John Patrick Tierney, William Randolph Tiesti, Kenneth F. Tinchin, Stephen Edward Tidgy, Scott C. Timms, Michael E. Tinley, Jennifer Marie Tino, Robert Frank Tipaldi, John J. Tipping II, Hector Luis Tirado Jr., David Lawrence Tirado, Michelle Titolo, Alicia N. Titus, John J. Tobin, Richard J. Todisco, Otis Vincent Talbert, Vladimir Tomasevic, Stephen K. Thompson, Thomas Tong, Doris Torres, Luis Eduardo Torres, Amy E. Toyen, Christopher N. Trena, Daniel Patrick Trant, Abdul Karim Traori, Glenn J. Travers, Walter P. Wally Travers, Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass, James Anthony Trentini, Mary Trentini, Lisa Tretola, Caramo Trera, Michael Angel Trinidad, Francis Joseph Trombino, Gregory J. Trost, Willie Q. Troy, William Setzlipis, Zanetta Valentinova Soy, Michael Patrick Tucker, Pauline Francis Tull, Lance Richard Tumulty, Ching Pin Tung, Simon James Turner, Donald Joseph Tuzio, Robert T. Toomey, Jennifer Temenzis, John G. Ulatoffer, Tyler V. Ugolin, Michael A. Giuliano, Jonathan J. Uman, Anil Shivkari Umaker, Alan V. Upton, Diane Maria Urban, John Damian Vacasio, Bradley Hodges Vadas, William Vacasel, Antonio Jesus Montoya Valdez, Myra Valdez Rodriguez, Felix Antonio Vale, Ivan Vale, Santos Valentin Jr., Benito Valentin, Carlton Francis Valvo II, Pendiala Vamkishana, Erica Van Acker, Kenneth Van Auken, Richard Buse Van Heim, Daniel M. Van Larre, Edward Raymond Vanacore, John C. Vandenbander, Frederick T. Baracci, Gopal Lakarishan Varadan, David Vargas, Scott C. Vassell, Azhel Ishmael Vasquez, Santos Vasquez, Ronald James Vauk, Archangel Vasquez, Peter Anthony Vega, Sankara Velumuri, Jorge Velasquez, Lawrence Velling, Anthony Ventura, David Vera, Loretta A. Vero, Christopher Villalongo, Matthew Gilbert Viana, Robert A. Vicario, Celeste Torres Victoria, Joanna Vidal, John T. Vigiano II, Joseph Vincent Vigiano, Frank J. Vignola Jr., Joseph B. Villardo, Sergio Villanuvia, Chantal Vincelli, Melissa Renee Vincent, Francine A. Verglio, Lawrence Verglio, Joseph G. Viscanio, Joshua S. Vitali, Lynette D. Vosages, Garo H. Voskenjian, Alfred Vuskosa, Gregory Kamal Bruno Wackler, Karen Wagner, Mary Alice Wallstrom, Honor Elizabeth Wanayo, Gabriella Weisman, Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford, Courtney Wainsworth Walcott, Victor Wald, Kenneth E. Waldy, Benjamin Walker, Glenn James Wall, Michael Scott Wallace, Peter Grider Wallace, Robert F. Wallace, Roy M. Wallace, Jean Marie Wallendorf, Matthew Blake Wallens, Meta L. Waller, John Wallace Jr., Barbara P. Walsh, James Walsh, Jeffrey Patrick Waltz, Chin Wang, Weldon Wang, Michael Warchola, Stephen Gordon Ward, Timothy Ray Ward, Jonathan A. Waring, Brian Gerald Warner, Derek Christopher Washington, James Thomas Muddy Waters Jr., Charles Waters, Patrick J. Waters, Kenneth Thomas Walton, Michael Henry Way, Todd Christopher Weaver, Walter E. Weaver, Nathaniel Webb, Glenn Weber, Dinah Webster, William M. Weems, Joanna Flora Wheel, Michael T. Weinberg, Stephen J. Weinberg, Scott Jeffrey Weingard, Stephen Weinstein, Simon Weiser, David Martin Weiss, David Thomas Weiss, Vincent Michael Wells, Deborah A. Welsh, Timothy Welter, Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers, Vanessa Sue Wee Wen, John Joseph Wenkus, Ole D. Wengerchuk, Peter Matthew West, Whitfield West, Meredith L. Wallen, Eugene Whalen, Adam S. White, Edward James White, James Patrick White, John S. White, Kenneth W. White, Leonard Anthony White, Melissa White, Maudlin A. White, Sandra Letitia White, Wayne White, Leanne Marie Whiteside, Mark P. Whitford, Leslie A. Whittington, Michael T. Woley, Mary Lentz Weeman, Jeffrey David Wiener, William Joseph Wick, Allison Marie Wildman, Glenn E. Wilkinson, Ernest M. Wiltshire, John C. Willett, Louis Calvin Williams III, Crossley Williams Jr., Brian Patrick Williams, Candace Lee Williams, David Williams, David Lucian Williams, Deborah Lynn Williams, Dwayne Williams, Kevin Michael Williams, Louis Anthony Williams, John P. Williamson, Donna Wilson, William Eben Wilson, David H. Winton, Glenn J. Winnock, Thomas Francis Wise, Alan L. Wizinski, Frank Thomas Paul Wizinski, David Wieswall, Sigrid Charlotte Wiswy, Michael Robert Wittenstein, Christopher W. Wodenschek, Martin P. Wolforth, Catherine S. Wolf, Jennifer Y. Wong, Jenny Su Kung Lo Wang, Su Ching Wan, Yin Ping Stephen Wong, Yuk Ping Winnie Wong, Brent James Woodall, James J. Woods, Marvin R. Woods, Patrick Woods, Richard Heron Woodwell, David Terrence Woodley, John Bentley Works, Martin Michael Wortley, Rodney James Wotton, William Wren, John Wright, Neil Robin Wright, Sandra Wright, Jupiter Yamburn, John Yamnicki, Suresh Yana Madala, Vicky C. Yancey, Shuyan Yang, Matthew David Yarnell, Mina Yaskulka, Olabsabi Lena Yi, Kevin Wayne Yoakum, Edward Philip York, Kevin Patrick York, Raymond York, Suzanne Humans, Barrington L. Young, Donald MacArthur Young, Edmund Young, Jacqueline Jackie Young, Lisa L. Young, Elkin Yuen, Zheng Yugang, Joseph Zakoli, Adele Agabi Zachary, Arkady Zaltzman, Edwin J. Zambrana Jr., Robert Allen Robbie Zampieri, Mark Zangrilli, Christopher Rudolph Zarba, Ira Zaslow, Aurelio Zedello, Kenneth Albert Zellman, Abraham Zelmanowitz, Martin Morales Zembocatale, Zay Zach Zen, Mark Zeppelin, Mark Scott Zeppelin, Ji Yao Justin Zhao, Evelyn Zeminski, Michael Joseph Zinzi, Charles A. Zion, Julie Lynn Zipper, Salvatore J. Zisa, Procopius Paul Zois, Joseph J. Zukala, Andrew Stephen Zucker, Igor Zuckelman. Operation Iraqi Freedom Multinational Coalition Military Casualties, Ryan Thomas, Ian Plank, John Nightingale, Russell Beeston, Matthew Titchener, Colin Wall, Dewey Pritchard, David Jones, Jason Smith, James Linton, Simon Hamilton Jewell, Russell Aston, Paul Long, Simon Miller, Benjamin Hyde, Thomas Keyes, David Shepard, Duncan Pritchard, Andrew Kelly, James McHugh, Keelan Turrington, Ian Malone, Christopher Muzuvuru, Alexander Tweedy, Carl Shearer, Chris Muir, Sean Brierly, Christopher Madison, Steve Ballard, Maddie Hull, Steve Albott, David Clark, Barry Stephen, Stephen Roberts, Luke Alsup, Simon Cullingworth, Kevin Main, David Reese Williams, Philip Green, Muhammad Radi al-Malahawahi, brother of Yusuf Radi al-Malawahi, Yusuf Radi al-Malawi, cousin of Murdi Muhammad al-Halawi, Murdi Muhammad Khalif, or Gahim al-Gabuli, or Gahim Radi, or Ghanem al-Kabuli, or Turki Hamad Mikhalf, or Murdu Muhammad al-Mahalawi, child of Ramzi Balboli, Khalil Ibrahim al-Ubadi, daughter of dead women, Ahmad Mahumid Abud Uhud, brother of Walid Sulaiman al-Hidi, wife of Ribi Abdullah. Ribi Abdullah, or Rabi al-Lahubai, or Karim Abduli al-Lahubai. Jilal Famini, Mazer Wasmi Ismail, Wisam Atayi Wasimi, Sabada Mahud Adim, or Sabada Adam, or Sabada Gurgis, daughter of dead women. Abdel Rahman al-Kabuli, or Abdul Rahman al-Karboli. Dawad al-Anzi, son of policeman. Omar Abdullah, husband of Asil Obadi. Asil al-Obadi, wife of relative of Muhassin Alawi. Grandchildren of policemen, wife of policeman. Grandchildren of elderly women, daughter of elderly women. Kisai Abbas, son of Hashmaiah, husband of Hashmaiah, wife of dead man. Mansur Bargash, Mahmud Jassam al-Samari. Ahmed, son of tribal chief Thrasher Zayed al-Zahari. Abd al-Ghanafur al-Samaria, or Muhammad Abdel Ghaffar, or Muhammad Abd al-Gufar. Masim, son of Ashwa Maroki. Mukalis, son of Ashwa Maroki. Ashwa Maroki. Ahmed al-Lubai, unborn child of Hussein Majid Marbus. Daughters of Hussein Majid Marbus. Raphael, daughter of Hussein Majid Marbus. Ahmed, son of Hussein Majid Marbus. Mai, daughter of Hussein Majid Marbus. Widad, wife of Hussein Majid Marbus. Hussein Majid Marbus, or Shahid Majid Mairosh, or Hussein al-Kabi. Kamarin Ahmed, or Kamran Ali Isari, or Kamaran Ali Hassan, or Ali Hisasan, son of dead man. Thamar Kamal, or Thamar Kamel. Muhammad Khalaf Ahmed. Sisters of Salam al-Sadi, mother of Salam al-Sadi. Salal al-Jurbidi. Zia Toma. Ahmed al-Jubud. Juburi. Faktuki Munir, wife of Captain Khalid Abid. Members of family: Ryan, Salim, Bashir, or Ryan Salem Elias. Adnan Hannah al-Dahran. Wissam George, wife of lawyer, son of dead man. Mohammed al-Jaf. Niam Yunez Medol, Naim Yunis Madul, Mohammed Fakri or Mohammed Fakri, Suha Abdullah Jarala or Soha Abdullah Jarala, Yunis Ibrahim, Mohammed Ukla or Mohammed Okla, Anthony King, Mark Lawrence, Philip West, James Williams, Andrew Wilson, John Cecil, Llewellyn Evans, Philip Stewart, Guy, Sholto Hedenberg, Les Heher, Ian Seymour, Mark Stratford,
Jason Ward, Paul Connolly, Pita Tukuwaka, Stuart Gray, Paul Lowe, Scott McCardle, Denise Michelle Rose, Kevin McHale, Mark Taylor, David Lawrence, Stephen Jones, Paul Thomas, Mark Ferns, Lee O'Callahan, Christopher Raymond, Christian Gover, Gordon Gentle, Richard Ivel, Robert Thompson, Vincent Windsor, Andrew Craw, James Stenner, Norman Patterson, Mike McGovern, Robert Morgan, Mark Carmen, John Jones, Chris Hickey, Ken Masters, Matthew Bacon, Donal Anthony Mead, Stephen Robert Manning, Richard Shearer, Leon Spicer, Philip Hewitt, Paul William Didsbury, Alan Brackenbury, Anthony John Wakefield, Mark Dobson, Patrick Marshall, David Stead, Andrew Smith, Paul Pardoral, Gary Nicholson, Richard Brown, Mark Gibson, Robert O'Connor, David Williams, Stephen Jones, Graham Hesketh, Jonathan Hollingsworth, Lee Hopkins, Sharon Elliott, Ben Nowak, Jason Hilton, Jamie Lee Hancock, Tom Tanswell, Dennis Brady, Lee Thornton, Samuela Vanua, Stephen Robert Knight, Matthew Cornish, John Cosby, Tom Mildenhall, Paul Farrelly, Joseba Levacci, Adam Morris, John Coxon, Darren Chapman, David Dobson, Sarah Jane Mulvihill, Paul Collins, Richard Palmer, Richard Holmes, Lee Ellis, Carl Smith, Gordon Alexander Pritchard, Alan Douglas, Stephen Ferguson, Lee Fitzsimmons, John Battersby, Sarah Holmes, Mark Stansfield, Eddie Collins, Chris Casey, Kirk Redpath, Martin Beard, Craig Barber, Steve Edwards, Timothy Darren Flowers, Christopher Dunsmore, Peter McFerrin, Matthew Caldwell, Christopher Reed, Ryan Francis, Edward Vacabua, Paul Jasko, Jamie Kerr, Scott Kennedy, John Rigby, Paul Harding, James Cartwright, Rodney Wilson, Jeremy Brooks, Kevin Thompson, Nick Bateson, Paul Donacci, Alan Joseph Jones, Ben Leaning, Kristen Turton, Mark J. McLaren, Mark Lawrence Powell, Joanna York Dyer, Chris O'Neill, Eleanor Luglosk, Adam James Smith, Aaron Lincoln, Danny John Wilson, Jonathan Vizoshan, Daniel Lee Coffey, Luke Daniel Simpson, Jonathan Bracco Cook, Michael Tench, Alexander William Green, Wayne Rees, Lee Churcher, David Kenneth Wilson, Nick Brown, Dwayne Barwood, Ryan Rathall. Then we move to the Operation Iraqi Freedom, the United States military casualties. Roberto Abad, Joseph Acevedo, Ramon Antonio Acevedo Aponte, Michael Dwayne Acklin, Genaro Acosta, Stephen Acosta, James Lee Adair, James Francis Adamuski, Algernon Adams, Brandon Edwin Adams, Brent Allen Adams, Clarence Adams III, Leonard Wade Adams, Mark Phillip Adams, Michael Robert Adams, Michael Scott Adams, Roger Leroy Jr. Adams, Sean Galen Adams, Thomas Mullen Adams, Shane Timothy Adcock, Jamal Rashard Addison, Dustin Matthew Adkins, Patrick Ryan Adley, Christopher Scott Adlisberger, Daniel J. Agami, Randy Suyat Año, Andres Aguilar Jr., Anthony Aguirre, Nathaniel Aaron Aguirre, James Michael Ahern, Clinton Wayne Alquist, Jeremy Allen Ailes, Tristan Neal Aitken, Spencer Clark Akers, James Christopher Aiken, Según Frederick Aquintade, Paul Christopher Alanis, Ifan Vargas Alarcón, Mohammed Albrecht, Jesse Brian Albrecht, Juan Mariel Alcantara, Christopher Michael Alcocer, Zachary Matthew Alday, Nicholas Neil Aldrich, Eugene Henry Eli Alex, George Thomas Alexander Jr., Matthew Lee Alexander, Alexandre Alexeyev, Alexandrovich, Carlo Escoto Alfonso, Marcos Ray Alford Sr., Tracy Lynn Alger, Wilson Andrew Algrim, Azar Ali, Rafael Angel Alicia Rivera, Jeremy David Alba, Jacob Hamilton Alcott, Michael Boyd Alman, Aaron Michael Allen, Chad Michael Allen, Charles Donald Allen, Howard Paul Allen, John Edward Allen, Lonnie Calvin Allen Jr., Louis Edwin Allen, Ronald Dean Allen Jr., Terrence Patrick Allen, William Alvin Allers III, Brian Dwayne Allgood, Glenn Richard Allison, Danielle Joseph Allman II, Jeremy Olin Allman, William Elliott Allman, Michael Jacob Allred, Eric Louis Alton, David Jimenez Almazan, Joseph David Alomar, Joshua Christopher Alonso, Ahmed Kuzey Altai, Ariana Alvarez, Conrad Alvarez, Nicanor Angel Alvarez, Daniel Rey Amaya, Jason Eric Ames, John Douglas Amos II, Michael Justin Anaya, Paul Eugene Anderson, Andy D. Anderson, Brian Edward Anderson, Brushan Xavier Anderson, Carl Lovetta Anderson Jr., Christopher Allen Anderson, Danny Lamar Anderson, Ian Christian Anderson, Joshua Roland Anderson, Michael Charles Anderson, Michael Dwayne Anderson Jr., Richard Nathan Anderson, Nicholas Hale Anderson, Norman Wallace Anderson III, Philip Reed Anderson, Stuart Marlin Anderson, Travis Wayne Anderson, Victor Antonio Anderson, Edwin Anthony Andino II, Michael Andrade, Roberto Andrade Jr., Joseph John Andres Jr., Harley Dean Andros, Yoe Manuel Añeros, Levi Tuddy Angel, Edward John Anguiano, Brett Evan Angus, Theophilus Kwaku Ansong, Charlie Cabe Antonio, Joseph John Anzac Jr., Faoa Leonidas Apinero, Matthew Stephen Apuan, John David Aragon, Curtis Dean Kama Arcala, Eldon David Arcano, Archiola, Michael Anthony Archiola, Brian Daniel Ardron, Julian M. Arechaga, James Joseph Ariano, Carlos H. Ariano Pandura, Derek Mears Argel, Roberto Arizola Jr., Reynold Armand, Santos Raymond Armijo, Bradley Thomas Arms, David Charles Armstrong, Travis Mark Arndt, Jason Russell Arnett, Andrew Todd Arnold, Daniel Laverne Arnold, James Lawrence Arnold, Larry Richard Arnold Sr., Alexander Scott Arredondo, Richard Steve Arriaga, Jimmy Javier Arroyave, Robert Ray Arciaga, Aaron Montel Arthur, Nicholas Alexander Arvanatis, Brandon Scott Asbury, Evan Asa Ashcraft, Benjamin James Ashley, Trevor David Aston, Julia Valinda Atkins, Sean Michael Atkins, Travis William Atkins, J. Thomas Oban, Stephen Edward Achman, David Lawrence Aldo, Matthew Joseph August, Jesse Adam Alt, Corey James Altz, Aaron Cole Austin, Shane Robert Austin, Garrison Charles Avery, Jeffrey Allen Avery, Adrian Ladon Avila, Andrew Julian Aviles, Alejandro Ayala, Luis Gerardo Ayala, Eric Alonso Ayon, Robert Thomas Ayers III, Lionel Aero, Brock Allen Babb, Travis Allen Babbitt, Howard Edward Babcock IV, Christopher James Babin, David Joseph Babineau, Andrew John Bechevich, Salem Bachar, Travis Scott Bachman, Henry Albert Bacon, Andrew Joseph Badik, Daniel Aaron Bader, Cesar Omar Baez, Miguel Angel Baez III, Roberto Carlos Baez, Lakesia Mesha Bailey, Nathan Jerome Bailey, William Lee Bailey, Joe Luis Baines, Brian Keith Baker, Riley Elam Baker, Ronald Wayne Baker, Ryan Travis Baker, Sherwood Russell Baker, Zachary David Baker, Dane Rodrigo Balcon, Juan Carlos Baldeo Singh, Joel Egan Baldwin, Stephen Philip Baldwin, Chad Eric Bales, Paul Ballant Jr., Terry Wayne Ball Jr., Kenneth Michael Ballard, Ryan Andrew Balmer, Michael Andrew Baloga, Michael Christopher Balsley, Deborah Ann Banashak. Scott Michael Bandhold. Metodio Amboni Bandonil. Solomon Carias Bangayan. Derek Raymond Banks. Dominic Rocco Baragona. Thomas Joseph Barbieri II. Felipe Carvalho Barbosa. Mark Alexander Barbret. Collier Edwin Barcus. Michael Christopher Barkey. Patrick O'Neill Barlow. Levy Cole Barnard. Eric Michael Barnes. Jonathan Paul Barnes. Matthew Ryan Barnes. Nathan Stanley Barnes. Charles E. Barnett. Christopher William Barnett. Jeremy David Barnett. Scott Garland Barnett. Edward Carl Barnhill. Michael Scott Barnhill. Jeremiah Allen Barrow. Lester Domenico Baroncini, Jr. Arik Julius Barr. Ricardo Barraza. Michael Paul Barrera. Chad Allen Barrett. Brian Edward Barron. John Paul Barta. Daniel Dean Bartels. Christopher Al Bartkovich. Benjamin Blake Bartlett, Jr. Jacob David Barton. Douglas Edwin Bascom. Robert Joseph Basham. Aram Jordan Bass. David Allen Bass. Todd Michael Bates. Michael Battles. Philip Ellison Baucus. Justin Lynn Bauer. Nathaniel Skorup Bauman. Mark Conrad Baum. Ronald Eric Baum. Ryan John Baum. Matthew Edward Bayless. Stephen Gamev Bayot. Jason James Beatles. Alan Norman Bean, Jr. Matthew Allen Bean. Bradley Scott Beard. Daniel J. Beard. William Joseph Beardsley. Jonathan Scott Beatty. Beau Ramsey Beaulieu. Ryan Anthony Beaupre. Michael Allen Beckert. Gunnar Dwayne Becker. Shane Robert Becker. James Lee Beckstrand. Andrew Dennis Bedard. Brent Edward Beeler. Brock Allen Beery. Joseph Otto Benke. David William Barely. Jacob Walter Bizel. Gregory Allen Belanger. Christopher Ward Belchick. Aubrey Dale Bell. Ricky Lynn Bell. Rusty Wayne Bell. Ryan Michael Bell. Timothy Michael Bell, Jr. Katrina Lonnie Bell Johnson. Wilfred Davy Russell Billard. Joseph Paul Bellavia. Donnie Ray Belser, Jr. Jason A. Benford. Stephen Christopher Benesh. Durrell Lavoy Bennett. Keith Allen Bennett. Richard Allen Bennett. William Monroe Bennett. Darry Benson. Jonathan Lee Benson, Michael Allen Benson, Robert Theodore Benson, Anthony Kamalu Bento, David John Bentz III, Ryan Russell Berg, Bradley John Bergeron, Joseph Richard Berlin, Jr., Eric James Bernholtz, David Richard Bernstein, Herbert Anto Berrios Campos, David Russell Berry, Sean Brady Berry, Joel Lynn Bertoldi, Stephen Anthony Bertolino, Marvin Leslie Best, Bradley Harry Best, Ray Michael Bevel, Alan Ray Bevington, Kevin Ronald Bewley, Paul Anthony Byer, Mark Anthony Bibby, Stephen Dean Bicknell, Joseph Philip Beer, Mario Jude Bievre, Ethan John Biggers, Charles Edward Bilbray II, Gregory John Billiter, Dustin Vincent Birch, Alicia Anna Burchett, Tracy Renee Berkman, Jason Lee Bishop, Jeffrey Adam Bishop, John Thomas Bishop, Ryan Allen Bishop, Stephen Jesse Bishop, Benjamin Walter Biskey, Jeffrey Dean Bisson, Robert Lee Bittaker, Albert Bitton, Michael Edward Bitts, Evan Abraham Bixler, Stephen Richard Bixler, Jared William Black, Justin Richard Blackwell, Jonathan Fleming Blair, Robert Edward Blair, Thomas Allen Blair, Michael Thomas Blaze, Richard Allen Blakely, Ernesto Manuel Blanco, Joseph Anthony Blanco, Brian Daniel Bland, Christopher Thomas Blaney, James David Blankenbeckler, Jeffrey Stephen Blanton, Melvin Leslie Blazer Jr., James Patrick Blecksmith, Joseph Michael Blickenstaff, Kamisha Jane Block, Clinton Coy Blodgett, Nicholas Henry Blodgett, Nicholas William Bart Bloom, Alan Robert Bloom, Gerald Michael Bloomfield II, William Anthony Blunt, Sean Michael Blue, Aaron Cody Blum, Trevor Arthur Blumberg, Ronald Carl Blystone, Daryl Wayne Boatman, Michael Luke Boatwright, Brandon Keith Bob, Amos Camden Riley Bach, Jeremiah James Bomer, Henry William Bogret, Jeremy Sean Bohannon, Michael Charles Bowling, Jeremy Lee Bowman, Jeffrey Edward Bohr, Kyle Jeffrey Bornson, Brian Eugene Bolander, Matthew Thompson Bolar, Todd James Bowling. Dennis Joel Bowles, Craig Allen Bowling, Doyle Wayne Bollinger Jr., Kelly Martin Liberato Bolor, Jerry Lee Bonifacio Jr., Orlando Antonio Bonilla, John Edward Bonnell Jr., Daryl Demetriel Booker, Kenneth Raymond Booker, Stephen Alexander Booker, Christopher Kerman Boone, Clarence Ernest Boone, Joshua Lauren Booth, John George Borbonos, Michael Joseph Bordelon, Russell Paul Borea, John Javier Borilla, Val John Borm.
Joshua Lauren Booth, John George Babonis, Michael Joseph Bardeleon, Russell Paul Boria, John Javier Boria, Val John Bond, Jeffrey Allen Bravkosvich, Kirk J. Bosselman, Andrew Lee Bozart, Kenneth Eric Bostick, Rachel Crystal Heather Bosveld, Samuel Mark Boswell, Brian A. Botello, Nathan Kalini Brochard, Jeffrey Paul Bouzard, Matthew George Boley, Elvis Burden, Michael Edward Bartha, Jeremy Daniel Bow, Matthew Corey Bow, Samuel Robert Bowen, Jonathan Williams Bowling, Theodore Andrew Bowling, William Glenn Bowling, John Eric Bowman, Larry Robert Bowman, Hazley Box Jr., Timothy Rick Boyce, Joshua Marvin Boyd, Noah Lee Boy, Aaron Robert Balls, Edward Walter Brabazan, Travis John Broderick Nile, Hobie Frank Bradfield Jr., Juanitria Tyrone Bradley, Kenneth Ray Bradley, Anthony Mitchell Bradshaw, Emerson Noah Brand, Stacy Craig Brandon, David Joseph Bragman, David Michael Branning, Artemus Demone Brasfield, Joel Kenneth Bratton, Jeffrey Francis Braun, Raul Samuel Bravo, Joshua Thomas Brazee, Lucas Montana Bragg, Dale Gregory Michael Brim, William Ignatius Brenniam, Christopher Joseph Brenvard, Adam Noel Brewer, James Lee Douglas, Michael Paul Bridges, Stephen Henry Bridges, Dean Robert Bright, Scotty Lee Bright, Kyle Adam Brindley, Palito Pena Briones Jr., Dustin Ryan Brisky, Benjamin Thomas Britt, Sandy Richard Britt, Sean Lee Brock, Philip John Broddick, Adam Ryan Brooks, Corey William Brooks, Edward Love Brooks Jr., Paul Ferris Brooks, William Jerome Brooks, Sid William Brockshire, Thomas Francis Broomhead, Benjamin Keith Brosh, Andrew William Brown, Bruce Eric Brown, DeMarcus Demond Brown, Dominique Christopher Brown, Donald Stephen Brown, Harrison Brown, Henry Lavon Brown, James Eric Brown, Jason Logan Brown, Jeffrey Scott Brown, Jeremy Alexander Brown, John Eli Brown, John Gary Brown, Joshua David Brown, Kevin Ray Brown, Kyle W. Brown, Larry Kenyatta Brown, Lorondo Brown Jr., Lusford Bernard Brown II, Menelik Martell Brown, Michael Dean Brown, Nathan Patrick Brown, Nicholas Paul Brown, Oliver J. Brown, Philip Dorman Brown, Scott James Brown, Thomas Joseph Brown, Timmy Ray Brown Jr., Timothy Darwin Brown, Timothy Wayne Brown, Tyler Hall Brown, William Edward Brown, Ari Daniel Brown Weeks, Andrew David Brownfield, Brian Anthony Browning, Daniel Anthony Brovacich, Travis Robert Bruce, Nathan B. Bruckenthal, Cedric Eugene Bronze, Jackie Earl Brunson, Benjamin Saxon Bryan, Jamal Antoine Bryan, Jack Bryan Jr., Todd Jason Bryan, Daniel Scott Resner Bulb, John Thomas Bobeck, Raymond Richard Buchan, Ernest Glenn Bucklew, Roy Russell Buckley, Ryan James Buckley, Brock Lau Buckland, Paul Joseph Poot, Charles Hendry Puring, Christian Enrique Bueno Galdos, Richard Allen Burstetta, Brian Rory Brewing, Travis Wayne Buford, George Edward Bugg, Jimmy Dale Bowie, Joshua Isaac Bunch, Christopher Bunda, Michael Lee Burbank, Richard Allen Burdick, Jerry Clark Burge Jr., Dale Allen Berger Jr., Alan Joseph Burgess, Brian K. Burgess, Jeffrey Charles Burgess, Ryan John Burgess, Ulysses Burgess Cruz, Taylor Joseph Burke, Armour Nathan Burkhart, Timothy Robert Burke, Donald Allen Burkett, Tamario Demetrius Burkett, Travis Lee Burkhart, Peter H. Burks, Jason Keith Burnett, Kyle Wayne Burns, Richard Benjamin Burress, Eric Todd Burree, David Paul Burridge, Jeremy Wade Burris, Joshua Kane Burrows, Jesse Ryan Berry Burridge, Charles Edward Bush Jr., Matthew Dwayne Bush, Damian Scott Bushhart, William Wade Bushnell, Marlon Andres Bustamante, Steve Butcher Jr., Jason Michael Butkus, Adrian Joshua Butler, Jacob Lee Butler, Kenneth James Butler, Kenneth Tyler Butler, Rhett Allen Butler, Anthony Edward Butterfield, Jason James Buzzard, Casey Byers, Joshua Todd Byers, William Justin Byler, Henry George Byrd III, John Thomas Byrd II, Thomas Harold Byrd, Shane Matthew Cabino, Juan Carlos Cabrobañanos, Jonathan David Cadavero, Marshall Hugh Cotty, Frank Leslie Cady III, Daniel Patrick Coggle, Mark Ryan Clemaco Kawa, Joel Eric Cahill, Marcus Anthony Kane, J. Salcedo Kajimat, Louis Thomas Duquesne Palomini, Cody Shea Calavan, Juan Calderon Jr., Pablo Andres Calderon, Roland Ernest Calderon Asino.
Chad Arthur Caldwell, Charles Todd Caldwell, Eric Thomas Caldwell, Nathaniel Alexander Caldwell, Derek Allen Calhoun, Bobby Thomas Callahan, Keith Allen Callahan, William Joseph Callahan, Carlos M. Camacho Rivera, Anne Marie San Nicolas Camacho, Leroy Apatang Camacho, Joseph Camara, Lyle Jim Cambridge, Radames Camillo Matos, Jamie Lynn Campbell, Jeremy Martin Campbell, Michael Curtis Campbell, Ryan Montgomery Campbell, Marvin Antonio Campos Silas, Adrian Montoyo Campos, Juan Francisco Campos, Isaac Campoy, Israel Candelaria Macias, Stephen Ivan Candelo, David Cornelius Cantega III, Adam Leigh Kahn, Kelly Matthew Cannon, Wesley Joel Canning, Jakaya Cherie Cannon, Oscar Eduardo Cannon, Ryan Joseph Cantafio, Joseph Herman Cantrell IV, Anthony Louis Capra, Irvin Carradine Jr., Adolfo Cesar Carballo, Alessandro Carbonaro, Sean T. Cardelli, Edgar Enrique Cardenas, Anthony O'Neill Cardinal, Michael Marvin Carey, Dason Ken Cariaga, Richard Paul Carl, Brian Jean Carlock, Frederick Andrew Carlson IV, Michael Curtis Carlson, Benjamin Robert Carman, Edward William Carman, Robert Michael Carr, Tony Carrasco Jr., Jocelyn Luis Caracillo, Miguel Caracillo, Cassie Samuel Carica, Alejandro Carrillo, Rafael Antonio Carrillo Jr., James Dustin Carroll, John Azariah Carroll, Justin Blake Carter, Lawrence James Carter, Mark Thomas Carter, David Mitchell Caruso, Cody Montana Carver, Dane Olin Carver, Mitchell Kyle Carver Jr., Frank Timothy Carville, Casey Lynn Casanova, Jose Casanova Jr., Virgil Ray Case, Thomas John Casey, Christopher Scott Cash, Alwyn Crendall Cachet, Kenneth Kasika, Ahmed Akil Cason, James Alice Casper, Michael Paul Cassidy, Paul Justin Cassidy, Stephen Anthony Castellano, Luis Jose Castillo, Mario Alberto Castillo, Samuel Tyrone Castle Sr., Roger Dale Castleberry, Jr., Stephen William Kastner, Jesse Joel Jesus Castro, Jonathan Castro, Roland Lee Castro, Romel Catalan, Sean Kelly Catudela, Stephen Charles Tyler Cates, James Jeffrey Cathy, Sean Leach Common, Wilberto Jr. Sabulo, Lucasa Darisic Sakek, Charles Montague Sadell, Jose Luis Sainz III, Brendan Neal Salazar, Zachary Stephen Richard Salmon, Salvacion Jr., Jesse Monroe Samek, Daniel Ray Sanchez, Ian Thomas Sanchez, Javier Sanchez Jr., Roberto Daniel Sanchez, Jeremiah Tor Sancho, Charles Ray Sanders Jr., Christian Riley San Nicolas, Anibal Santiago Jr., Trinidad Santiago Jr., Jason Anthony Santora, Dave Michael Maliski Santos, Delphin Montemayor Santos Jr., Timothy George Santos Jr., Carlos Marceliano Santos Silva, Ryan James Savard, Ronald Wayne Sawyer, Timothy Douglas Sane, Rex Lloyd Schad, Michael Wayne Schaefer, Chris John Schirkenbach, Philip Channing Sipe Schiller, Patrick Wayne Schimmel, Joseph Lee Shiro, Justin Edward Schmalsteig, Benjamin Whetstone Schmidt, Jonathan Philip Schmidt, Kyle Richard Schneider, Richard Philip Schoner, Julian Sajai Schulten, Mark Henry Schoenhoven, Rosalind Littman Schulte, Joseph William Schultz, Nathaniel Joseph Augustus Schultz, Jordan Christopher Schumann, Jacob Michael Shawali, Matthew Scott Schwartz, Mark Anthony Scialdo, Drew Michael Scobie, Bryce Murrill Scott, Christopher John Scott, Justin Andrew Scott, Lucas Christopher Scott, Michael Patrick Scusa, Andrew Seabrooks, Joshua Michael Seals, Matthew Ryan Sealder, Ricardo Seja, Danton Kyle Seitzinger, David Dwayne Self, David Paul Sneft, Adam Peter Service, Anthony Ramon Servin, Timothy Giles Serwoniski, Dean Russell Schaefer, Derek Lee Shanfield, Michael Allen Schenk, Michael Paul David Shannon, Zachary Lee Shannon, Charles Seth Sharp, Ryan David Sharp, Christopher Donnell Shaw, Eric Byron Shaw, Kurt Stephen Shea, Jeffrey Chulsoon Scherer, Benjamin William Sherman, Anissa Ann Sherrow, Andrew John Shields, Justin Blue Shoecraft, Kevin Roger Shoemaker, Billy Joe Cyrix, Randolph Alonzo Siegel Jr., Brandon Mark Silk, Eduardo Sosa Silva, Joshua Benjamin Silverman, San Sim, Anthony Warren Simmons, Sean Elliott Simmons, Derek Todd Simonetta, Mark Allen Simpson, Michael Harrison Simpson, Marky Terrell Sims, Christopher Greg Singer, Gupri Sang, Amy Renee Sinkler, Andrew Holland Sipple, Justin Lee Sisson, Robert Curtis Sisson Jr., Christopher Franklin Sitton, Matthew Stephen Sitton, James Lynn Skalberg Jr., Roberto Carlos Skelt, Benjamin A. Sclavera, Wade Allen Slack, Michael Slobodnik, Antonio James Sled, Douglas Emery Sloan, Matthew Stephen Sulstiller, Andrew Richard Small, Mark Joseph Small, Catherine Sarah Small, Aaron Michael Smith, Adam Olin Smith, Bradley Randall Smith, David Cassie Smith, David James Smith, Edward Bernard Smith, Garrick D. Smith, James Lee Smith, Jason Thomas Smith, Jeremy Daniel Smith, John Darren Smith, Paul Jean Smith, Scott Daniel Smith, Stephen Mark Smith, Tara Jean Smith, Tyler James Smith, Zachary Dillon Smith, D'Angelo Barnell Snow, Jesse Adam Snow, Teresa Michelle Snow, Alan Leigh Snyder, Devin Ariel Snyder, Norman Kyle Snyder, Stephen Cody Sokolowski, Christopher Paul Soderlund, Marquez Andrzejek Zoja, Christopher Michael Solisby, Diego Alberto Solorzanzo Valdovinos, Omar Solotero, David Michael Sonka, Eric Daniel Zufrin, Jared William Southworth, Tristan Howard Southworth, Nicholas Joseph Sauvy, John Travis Sparks, Orion Nelson Sparks, Riley Sheridan Spalding, Christopher James Spear, Nicholas Patrick Svahar, David Shane Spicer, Ronald J. Spino, Thomas Zachary Spitzer, Michael Keith Spivey, Clinton Edward Springer II, Tyler Michael Springman, Nicholas Adam Sprotzoff, Chris Neal Statz, William Chapman Stacy, James Bray Stack, Donald Vincent Stacy, Austin Garrett Staggs, Cameron James Stombaugh, Jeffrey Robert Standfest, Jared Donald Stanker, Chase Brennan Stanley, Cody Robert Stanley, Derek Anthony Stanley, Trevor Jovan Stanley, Michael Lane Stansberry Jr., Jordan Robert Stanton, Tracy Lane Stapley, Christopher Glenn Stark, Camilla Marchette Steedley, James Michael Steele, Joshua Eric Steele, Timothy James Steele, Brandon Keith Steffi, John Henry Stein, David Alexander Stevens, Riley Jean Stevens, Mark Allen Stetz Jr., Stephen Prince Stevens II, Benjamin Allen Stevenson, David Hamilton Stewart, Patrick James Stewart, Matthew Paul Stayart, Johnny Lee Stiles, Matthew Henrik Stiltz, Jesse Wade Stites, Glenn Hale Stivison Jr., James John Stoddard Jr., Kyle Pascal Stolecki, John Thomas Stone, Christopher Tiff Stonecipher, Christopher Todd Stout, Crystal Gay Stout, Kyle Brandon Stout, Michael Joseph Strauhocha, Michael Joseph Strange, Mark Edward Stratton II, Scott Bradley Stream, Christopher Dwayne Strickland, Eichmann Antonio Strickland, Joshua Jacob Strickland, Charles Calvin Strong, Jonathan Fulton Stroud, Sasha Struble, Scott Richard Studenmund, Brian Edward Studer, Gregory Scott Stoltz, Adrian Bovee Stump, Brandon Michael Steyer, Cody Dalton Suggs, Milton Eric Suggs, James Eric Sue, Sean Patrick Sullivan, Jeremy Russell Summers, Severin West Summers III, Daniel Adrian Suplee, Jake William Suter, Preston J. Suter, Billy Albert Sutton, Stephen Jean Sutton, Philip James Vitback, Aaron Michael Swanson, Justin James Swanson, Matthew Kalen Samuel Swanson, Paul Anthony Sweeney, Curtis Michael Swenson, Jason Michael Swindle, James Michael Swink II, Pelton Liddell Sykes II, Adrian Basil Sweck, Brian Tabata, Donald Theroni Tab, Christopher Maxwell Talbert, David Martin Tapper, Abraham Tarrow, Darren Ethan Tate, Jacob Allen Tate, Sheldon Leon Tate, Michael Rex Tatham, Robert Joseph Torreras Jr., Tofiga Joshua Tatolo, Ian Matthew Tawney, Aaron James Taylor, Archie Andrew Taylor, Cynthia Renea Taylor, David Wayne Taylor, Dion Lamar Taylor, Houston Mark Taylor, Jeffrey Scott Taylor, John Edward Taylor, Jonathan Wesley Taylor, Jonathan Andrew Taylor, Matthew Donald Taylor, Nicholas Andrew Taylor, John Michael Teal, Zachary Daniel Tieler, Eric Daniel Therhun, Alec Robert Tuwiski, Justin Tyler Thacker, Joseph James Theinert, Christopher Roy Thibodeau, James Earl Thode, Adam Lee Thomas, Colin Trent Thomas, David William Thomas, Jesse Lamar Thomas Jr., Christopher Douglas Scott Thomas, Matthew Bradford Thomas, Michael Dwayne Thomas, Robert Edward Thomas Jr., Alejo Renee Thompson, Blair Daniel Thompson, Daniel James Thompson, David J. Thompson, Jabari Nikosi Thompson, Kevin Christopher Thompson, Joshua Adam Throckmorton, Richard James Timon, Patrick Daniel Tillman, Jesse Richard Tilton, David Nelson Timmons, Jr., John Tinsley, Joel Del Mundo Tiu, Andrew Robert Tobin, David James Todd Jr., Jason Togi, Ross Laval Tolis III, Troy Orion Tom, Joshua Abram Tomlinson, Travis Martin Tompkins, Francis Lawrence Toner IV, Aaron Scott Topin, Eric Michael Tobert Jr., Aaron Carl Torian, Juan Manuel Torres, Luis Ramon Torres, Eric William Toten, Jacob Joseph Toves, John Ross Townsend, Joshua Rea Townsend, Cody James Taus, William John Tracy, James Matthew Treber, Gregory Ray Trent, Nelson David Trent, Chad Michael Trimble, Eric Stanley Trueblood, Lamaral Jerome Tucker, Stephen Charles Tucker, John Tomlin Tuminson, Jacob Henry Turbert, Lyle Dervin Turnbull, Eddie Turner, Estelle Lee Turner, Neil Isaac Turner, Wardell Benjamin Turner, Emery Jason Turpin, Benjamin Wayne Tuttle, Joshua Thomas Twig, Peter Paul Tsek II, Marcus Allen Tynes, Thamer Mahod Bedwai, Ali Abdul Jabbar Abdel Majid Saim, Abd Ad Mahain Hassan, Ayed Salim, Mohammed Hassan Awad, Amer Hassoun Abd Khan, Ahmed Jawad Rihif Ad Darjai, Hasim Abdul Abbas Halawai, Moyada Hamid, Iman Youssef Abdallah, O Iman Youssef Abdullah, Kaba Mikbas, Manef Ismail, Kidir Ahmed Taha, Hamed Awad Fenjin Lefta Al-Darajai, Abdul Latif Ahmed Mohammed, Salah Hassan Juma, Gahaim Ahmed Hussein, Abhir Jazem, Abu Saif, Kodair Abbas Habib Morbark Al-Kahib, Kidir Abbas Habib, Kalaf Yunus Amash, Mohammed Salma Dawad Mahid Al-Manasori, Abbas Tohef Abakarim Hassam Al-Hafre, Jasem Abud Hassa Al-Hafle, Dahir Shakir Al-Aswai, Saleh Majub, Sarif Sherzad, Hussein Ali Dewas, Adil Abdul Rita, Wissam Sadon, Kilan Ahmad Al-Kais or Abdel Gabor Al-Kasai, Asaf Hussein Dean, Dua Kalawi Sawasad, Dua Kawali Asad. Doa Awawas Khalid, Du Kahi Aswad. Dua Kali Aswad. Muthana Idris. Ab al-Ghaffar Muhammad Taha al-Kasai. Sadun al-Tahai. Nazar Naju Abdal. Muhammad Shaluan. Amal Juma. Abdi Hamid Hamad. Gazai al-Hanash Hamud o Ghazi al-Arash Hamud al-Tai. Othman al-Mashahadani. Mudhana Abraham. Walid Adil Hassan. Hussein Nasir. Tahir Ahmed Jaber. Kamil Moshen Kamil Khalaf. Abdel Karam al-Halbusi. Abbas Ta Radhe. Mobil Insar Hasham al-Swad. Umar Said Nasir Jarim. Shakai Khalib al-Harbi. Thai Ahmed. Ayad Jamid Amal. Muhammad al-Sahid Jazim Mohammed. Hadir Kamal. Abdul Aziz al-Muzuri. Abdallah Salbi. Khalid Hassan. Ahmad Sran al-Rawi. Dafir Salam Kamed Sawana al-Masore. Jala Abdul Wahad Kashyan. Ahmed Ahmad Mahud. Ibrahim Katain al-Swabai. Brothers, son or nephew of man killed. Abdul Latif Akarawai. Hassan Abd al-Latif. Thai Hamud. Ali Sadud Khalaf az-Zubai. Khalid al-Naib. Safwan Sunan Mahud a-Ubay Swafan Thenon. Karim Najim al-Dainai. Amer Adan al-Jimini. Ahmed al-Asadi. Juwad al-Afrawi. Abbas Yassin al-Lami. Weson I. Mohammed. Nawaf al-Hadida. Jian Hussein. Son of Abdal Sattar. Husband of Abdal Sattar. Qais Mohammed Jabbar al-Qurashai. Latif Jazim Hafan Af Mansour. Mustafa Maluba Abdu Madib al-Mansour. Fadhila Sur or Fawiez Nayum, sister of Margaret Saur. Margaret Saur or Margaret Naum. Abbas Salah. Muhammad Jafir Fadel. Abdul Redha Salah Abdul Sabed. Musa Koyader Aded. Amir Ibrahim Abbas al-Uwasai. Sheikh Nori Sawidi. Mahum Saleh. Walid Muhammad Ali. Son of Dead Man. Muhammad al-Alug or Muhammad al-Quid. Haman al-Ali or Ali Amin. Abd Muhammad. Walid Hamid Atshan. Kadmed Falak Mulak al-Tamari. Mohed Mustafa al-Zirgani. Major Ahmed Sulayaman. Abdul Hossein Jafar Mutak. Ishaq Abaldahriya Kali al-Musai. Abdul Huda Kali al-Musawai. Mad Abdul Kalim al-Mazori al-Jumalai.
Ayad Saleh, Serian Basim, daughter of Rabab Karim, Rashid al-Zabawi, cousin of Salam al-Zabawi, Ahmad Hatem al-Kubasi, secretary of Salam al-Zabawi, Abdul Rahman al-Zabawi, brother of Salam al-Zabawi, Mufid Abdul Zara, family of Basim Yassim, Ahmed Fahil, sons of dead man, Jonai Enad Salem al-Mahanawe, Deya Jalil Jaber Meften Elemara, Nabil Yassim Jafar, Lieutenant Colonel Raghib al-Duwadi, Ilham Namik Shaheen, Morad Hussein Jabbar Foraya al-Badri, Hazem Hashum Majid Zawair al-Maleki, Tufa al-Bachari, Tufa al-Bijari, Tofa, Jafar Ali, Tofa Jafar al-Musa Isa al-Bajari, Tufa Yafer Ali al-Bijari, father of Hafed Ibrahim, Hussein Abdullah, Hamid al-Dulemi, Nadema Ahmed Ali al-Shadir, Janan Kebrabt Lefta Ouda al-Dareid, Jinan Lefra Ouda, Ghanim Muhammad, Khalif al-Dalfi or Khalif Gargan, Abbot Sabek Hamid, Nima Najim Abdullah, Abdul Qadir Kudher, daughter of dead woman, Yasir Abidallah, Nektel Ab Najim, Staff Major General Mahmoud Ghanam al-Zabai, Mustafa Abdullah, Hashmiya Hamden Ziyara al-Sagandi, Hashmiya Hamdan, Salah Mawas Muhsir, Taleb Ahmed Yassien al-Duri, Hatam Broad Noel, Yassam Jamid Jaber Zamal al-Abadi, Mohammed Jabarakul Mayed al-Kabai, Naji Abdallah Zara Re'aid, Jabbar Sindi or Jabbar Sandi, Asu Abdallah Gafur, Ahmed Raiwel, Joseph, cousin of Nasir, police, Mohammed Rashid, Said Abdul Jabbar Abdul Abbas, Asad Abdul Jabbar Abdul Abbas, Kusai Jabir Khushmush, Quasi Jaber Hashush al-Asadi, Mutashar Karim, child of dead man, Mudhafer al-Ubadi or Mudhafer Abdul Razak, Dawood Sulaiman, Qasem Swewan Sanari el-Sawi, Sabah Anwar, son of Dr. Hatem al-Hufi, Omar Abdul Nabi, Hatim Ali al-Ubaidli or Hatam Muhsin, Jihad Munir Amir,
Ismail Abbas Yusuf, Abdullah Mohammed Ahmed, Janel Masir Hussein, Hussein Ali Juma, Adel Munter Adel, Raid Ibrahim Ali Al-Faraji, Salih Madi Habib, Amar Al-Zigam, Mohammed Saeed, Abdul Rahman Hashem, Aziz Al-Azayri, Firas Jadar, Talib Ali Fadhil, Yasim Muhammad, Sheikh Berem Afan, Hafsat Abdul Jabbar, daughter of Rifat Abdul Jabbar, Fatima Abdul Jabbar, daughter of Rifat Abdul Jabbar, Rifat Abdul Jabbar, Ode Abed Helio Al-Sundani, sons of dead women, Wissam Hussein Anush, Karim Hossein Musa Jahir Al-Ebadi, Jaya Ahmed Majid, Akil Hassan Saleh, Yusuf Sabri, Iman Nehad Khalif, Muhammad Khalil Karim Al-Galyani, Abbas Khalid Al-Timimi, Ahmad Khalid Al-Timimi, brother of Mustafa Malik Tiyad, Salam Bakri, Amir Karim, son of Sergeant Uday Karim, Sergeant Uday Karim, Odi Karim, Nasser Hussein, Arthur, uncle of Mahir Abu Khaled, grandson of Muhammad Kadhim al-Kashali, sons of Muhammad Kadhim al-Kashali, Muhammad, son of Muhammad Kadhim al-Kashali, son of Abdul Rahman, brother of Abdul Rahman, sons of Haji Muhammad, Ahmed Gatia or Ahmed Kati, Zaye, son of Nabil al-Hayawi, Muhammad al-Hayawi, brother of Nabil al-Hayawi, Hadi Hussein, Muhammad Atwan Muhsin, Muhammad, son of Khalif Hussein, Katab, son of Khalif Hussein, Mahmud, son of Khalif Hussein, Saba, son of Khalif Hussein, Farhan Jabbar, Mohan al-Dahar, Ahmed Abed Majid, Hassan Korabet, Meriad Monati Albo Bakhat, Abdul Razak, Saad Haji Ali, Hareth Mohammed, Saif Khaled Al-Sharif, Fetel Khaled, Abdullah Salem, sons of dead man Jalil Al-Zubadi, Dari Latif, Imad Abdul Hadi, Ahmed Kiyad, Masur Jawad, Murtada Abdul Adi, Hamal Harakim, Arkan Jamil, Ali Nasser, Ahmad Haki, Mohammed Faris, Saeb Abdul Hadi, Malek Hart Abdul Latif, children of dead woman, Mohammed Mishan, Mohammed Hamid, or Muhammad Hamed Nawaf, Hussein Ayog Abdullah al-Bakhetawi, Mohammed Farouk Ibrahim, Salah Radam Shahata, Khairi Naim Muhammad, Mohammed Jafar Adel, Ahmed Nasim or Naim Jumali, Majed Jaber Abdul Zahara Shahidi Al-Halfi, Majid Jabbar Abdul Zara, Naim Abbas Khamis Nahu, Saad Elias, Ahmed Al-Jaburi, Fuad Al-Jaburi, Ab Al-Hadi or Al-Abudyadi or Abdul Hadi Mahmud, Marwan Abdul Hussein Al-Sukaimi, Bashar Nuri Jawar Al-Musawi, Mahmoud Jamar Raymond, Shaifa Abrid Atarian Al-Timi, Abed Atid Mohammed Al-Timi, Subad Muhammad Sabah, brothers Abugani Yami Youssef, Ali Sami Youssef, Mohammed Farhan Al-Sukani, Mohammed Haraya Al-Sukani, Hassan Kasim Rede, Haider Saad Abod, Ghazi Al-Anbari, Mafeya Mohammed, Loaya Karirallah Musin, Mohammed Radi Abdal Sada, Ahmad Mufak Abid, Muthana Ahmed, Rafid Yasim Harchin, Hassan Ali Khalil, Ali Mosan Jabir Al-Bayati, Ali Mosan Gaver, Muhammad Shihab Ahmed, Mohammed Ahmed, Kameran Izildin Al-Hirki, son of Faden Al-Shemari, Ibrahim Hemdan, Samir Menshed Shaheen or Samir Maze Al-Shaheen, Nael Mohammed Dafla, Ahmed Al-Haji, Mamun Abdul Saiwan, Maimun Abdul Al-Saiwan, Saad Shaki Abdullah, Majed Abdul Hussein Chukur, Hamdia Toida Brider, Mohammed Nema Kutur Al-Malki, Salman Kutur Nema Al-Malki, Karim Ahmed Jawal Al-Timemi, PhD, neighbor of Dabul El Sahed Aziz Al-Ghazbawi, cousin of Abdel Razek Hashim Al-Kalkani, Abdel Razek Hashim Al-Kalgani, Ahmad Talel, Ali Muhammad Hanun, cousins of Sabur Abdul Hussein, brothers of Sabur Abdul Hussein, Ahmed Shafiq Matar, Hussein Majid Hassan, Mohammed Mahmoud, Saduan Dili Al-Mayaki, Abdul Al-Majid Sakri Nasir, Dr. Abdul Majid Fakri, Saba Ahmed or Saba Bajilan or Saba Hadi, Haidar Ali Yassam Al-Shimari, Yassam Kiriman Misir, daughter of dead couples, son of dead couple, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman.
Ali Khaled Idan, Ahmad Is Aldin Yaha, Abul Hussein Salman, Omer Karum, Abdul Razak Mohammed Khalif, Abd Al-Razi Al-Fahud, Naman Adhan, Bassam Al-Alawi Lawani, Salam Al-Dulani, Salim Abbas LTC, Salam Muhammad Abbas, Ahmed Fahmy, Nasin Muhammad Ahmad, Hamad Ali Saleh, Ammar Hassan Gwani, Kareem Mahmood Shakir, Karim Mahmood, Karin Al-Jaban, Mohammed Salman, Mahmoud Salman, Shia Hadam, Durham Aldin Kamal, Burhan Al-Ali Din Kamal, Ihab Karim, Saif, Hussan Al-Jaburi, Ahmed Talmud Mohammed Al-Jassem, Ahmed Talib, Jihad Ali Sadi, Lieutenant Colonel Jamal Mohammed, Azhar Muhaim, Tamir Hamad Nahar Al-Rizkani, aka Abu Abdullah, Juma Kadim Saman, Jafar Taruk Abdul Wared, Salib Mendi Abdallah, Omar Kali Haman Hassad Al-Shimari, Muyasser Fazi Al-Nuami, Walid Khaled Ahmed, daughter of dead people, wife of dead man, Halam Hussein Abdul Ridha, Ammar Yasin Taha, Jawad Kadem Bari Al-Maleki, Matem Shaban Hussein Al-Elmeri, Mamad Dib Hussein, Hisham Abdul Rahman, Rakib Kadem Maldi Ajezi, Moham Gutan Al-Maliki, Mahem Shem Adiawani, Iman Mohammed, Saeed Khalili Mahadawi, family of Ammar Fadil Rufai, Muhammad Wasim Kirkuki, Rahad Nafaz Zaidan, Firas Khalifa Hamed, Jabbar Mohsin Al-Halefi, Hassan Diabab Ahmed. Wissam Jar Ala Manoush Al Sabi. Assam Abdul Rahim Kafi. Mohammed Sulaiman Abdallah. Salim Jihad Hamed. Jihad Yunus. Sabah Salam. Sabah Salman. Nibras Muhammad. Ashar Abdallah. Salman Wida. Salman Auda Amber. Al-Shofrafi. Salman Auda Amer Ashiferi. Salman Anda Amir Al-Sharifi. Tala Muhammad. Jawad Kadim Alwa. Hamidi Abed Muskin Al-Khaledi. Kadum Hashben Salem. Wad Mudafar Yawa. Yasim Muhammad Latfi. Muhammad Ali Saleh. Husband of Samara Mohammed Shi. Samara Mohammed Shi. Abdullah Kadem Kawad. Mohammed Abbas Fule. Ramzi Day Al-Suari. Amar Ubad Mohammed. Maj Nama. Basim Hussein Jafara. Abbas Al-Kafaji. Faris Saladi Essa. Hasim Fasai Jabara Saleh Amaleki. Khaled Wail. Kalali Maliki. Khalil Ada Saf Maleki. Ali Kadim Hamadani. Aji El Janabi of Akil Janabi. Tuma Mohammed Al Husani. Unborn child of dead woman. Ali Mahin Ali. Bashar Faki Hamid. Abdul Hasalub. Abdullah Halalab Al-Hishnani. Hamid Kasai Karim Al-Idani. Abbas Al-Hussein or Habas Al-Dabas. Yashir Al-Amir O Yashiri Al-Amir. Abbas Amir Abu Salam. Yusuf Mohammed Ali. Kareem Haldarn Gawarini. Walid Ali Shahari. Ahmed, son of Walhan al-Rubai. Walhan al-Rubai or Walhan Hamed. Hamed Eid Majud. Samir Abdul Mahadi. Talib Abdul Amir Salir. Mahmed Faye Hassan. Gaber Adnan Muhammad Ali Abd Amutalib a Hashmi Mimi, son of Abd al-Muttalib Rasak al-Hashimi. Abd al-Muttalib, Abd al-Razak al-Hashimi, or Abdel Muttalib al-Hashimi. Amir Qasim al-Qasi, or Amir al-Qasisai. Adnan Muhammad Salih al-Abid, or Adnan al-Abid. Wife of Jabir Ridha al-Hatami. Jabir Ridha al-Hatami. Wife of Haj Saad Naif al-Hatami. Haj Saad Naif al-Hatami. Sahad Rahad Mahib Hussein al-Kanaru. Mujid al-Tumami. Asil, daughter of Adel Abul Meshun Alami. Adel Abdul Musin, or Adel Abdul Meshun Alami. Maha. Nuri Abid Muhammad Al-Tamimi. Safa Rayad Muhammad. Suhail Najim Abud. Afam Nofan Abala. Bakir Mustafa. Ahmed Mustafa. Sahad Hussein al-Awarani, or Sahid Hussein Delawabib. Dahai Atiya Sayer al-Rafari. Mohammed Ajil Nasar. Jihad Ajil Nasar. Tanir Jiru Abdul Nabi. Kakarash Ali Khalid. Husan. Hussein, or Hassan Hadi. Aliyo Kalath Muhassan. Nasif Khalifa Kadhum. Faisal Khalifa Kadhum. Uday Abdullah Musawi. Uday Abdullah Musan Musawi. Safan Kamel Obed. Balasim Khalifi Kadum. Al-Hussein Abel Aziz Ahmad. Amar Ali Habib. Talaj. Abdallah Rajim Butras. Fala Hassan Abbas. Mujamid Kudair Abbas. Tai Japin Mahmud. Abbas Fidel Khalidi. Frost Hashem. Ahmed Ali Hamed. Abid Hamid Yusuf. Shahab Yassin Hussein. Mohammed Qasim Mohammed al-Ibrahimi. Ahmed Abdul Hussein Amir. Mustafa Faraj Joni al-Humari. Ehsan Abdulaziz Ahmed al-Dalajman al-Qaidi. Ali Hussein Radi. Firyal Abd al-Karim Mansur al-Mashadani. Had Hussein Jawad. Yusuf Muhammad Ibrahim, Al Mohammed, Ali Mohammed, Muhammad Shakir Mahmood, Muntash Yasir Tumar, Kamiol Karlam Kodiar, Shalia Karim Kodiar, Rakeb Sawan Tamia, Hassan Abdal Hussein, Alsam Makib Makiyaf, Ramah Soliam, Hamas Mihawud Nasiar, Abbas Fahatel Naiv, Ahmud Omad Awan, Wad Latif Yassim, Hassan Lafta, Dia Mekoter or Diaya Al Mokatar, Muhammad Jabbar, Wala Nasser U Yahweh, Hassin Ashmael Dawood, Ashmael Dawood Shaman, Amir Fadil Abbas, Riyad Hussein Al Ogiala or Riyad Hassan Hassim, Rafid Adel Khalaf Al Timimi, Muhammad Najim Aboud, Jawad Ali Saman, Raghad Nasir Tahsin, Omar Yusuf Hamed, Kamal Zulkayar Al-Maliki, Ahmed Mushir, Saeed Sulawan Metrud, Al-Ibrahim Abbas, Hashim Ibrahim Salil, Halim Jansil Muhabes Al-Zuhari, Salah Mahdi Hamaz, Baha Hushain Khalaf, Mohammed Zanil Abdun, Mohammed Al-Zarni, Mohammed Zani, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Saftar Awad, Saad Hussein Al-Shabani, Saad Hussein Omed, Mohammed Nuri, Kaliaf Rasad Abdullah, Amer Kudiar Essa, Durad Nasin Mahmud, Hassan Rahman Abdullah, Aziz Qassem Wadi Haderi, Safa Farham, Mushid Kawaf Al-Rahim, Adel Ibrahim Mohammedani Dawi, Hosham, Abdallah Fad Al-Humuzi, Ledun Abdul Hamed, Muhammad Labi Sahu, Saber Salman Aboud, Khaled Mohammed Tayyeb, Hashem Aziz Mohammed, Majed Nasser Hussein, Ahmad Kadim, Andrea Parhamovich, Wilsam Khalil Buni, brother of Sabir. Nabi Yusuf. Sabir Khalili Buni, brother of Wissam, brother of dead man, son of dead woman. Ali Abdul Hussein, friend of Mohammed Jabbar, girlfriend of Mohammed Jabbar. Hamidi Shakir Hussein, Jacob or Nabi. Abid al-Rasak Mohammed Ismail, Falah Khalafif al-Diyali, Arkan Hassan Kuder, Bashar Mohammed, Qasim Fadel Ismail, Khalid Gawanis or Khalid Abdul Hadi al-Gawas, Sahad Abdul Jabbar al-Mamuri, Sahad Abajabar, Ghazwan Adrian Ahmed Adnan Ahmed, Khalil Ibrahim Talat, Hussein Abdullah Farman, Hussein Abdullah Farmoon, Khalif Afan Sattar, brothers, Ishmael Ibrahim, Yunus Hamadai Saik Wahib, or Yunus Hamid al-Wahib, Orsi Abdullah, Kadir Yunus al-Ubadi, Ahmed Radi Hamed, Abdullah Fahd al-Agrash, or Abdallah Fad al-Ajarash, Kamel Abdul Hussein, Adnan Abdul Khalil, Adnan Ahmed Hamed, Kusai Mohammed, Sheikh Mohammed Abid Zaid al-Kurati, Hadil Abed Alawi, Ahmed Khalid Kakis, Alil Hussein, Hasim Zanal, Hatim Gadban, brothers, Talai Musla, Ayad Rajab Rada, Taha Yasin, Allah Mohammed Jabbar, Basan Qasim Nan, Sahir Abdal Amir Maldi Atai, sons of dead couple, wife of dead man, Janan Jabero, Shakir Abud Kamas, Hassan Salah Arubari, Hassan Abid Mohammed, Musin Janan Tawani Garib, Hamad Muhammad Maldi, Abd Hussein, Hassan Yunus, Laith Zakir Salib, Akil Khalidi, Anmar Ahmed, Ali Abbas Nam Abied Al-Yuraway, Eunice Fahil Hadidi, Yusan al-Niwadai, nephew of Fadila Khalaf, mother of Fadila Khalaf, son of Muhammad al-Amiri, son of Muhammad al-Amiri. Fadila Khalaf, wife of Muhammad al-Amiri. Arif Muhammad, Safa Abd al-Wahhab, Ferdwas Abdul Hafiz, Abdul Hassam Jawad, Basim Jama Abbas, Shama Pa Abdul Khalik, Al-Graman Ra'ad, Hatham Abbas, Jimata Abbas Abbas, Abdul Amir Jawad, Abbas Abbas, Hassan Abbas Abbas, Zanan Abdul Khalik, Al-Gawawi Alil, Hussein, Salima Radi, Mustafa Mohammed, Hassan Abod Fayyad Amri, or Hassan Aband Fayyad Al-Mari, Jajam Abad Fayyad Al-Amari, or Najam Aband Fayyad Al-Amari. Fathiala Khalaf Al-Amri, or Fadelia Aband Fayyad Al-Amari. Jasim Mohammed Jasim Al-Amri, or Jasin Mohammed Jasin Al-Mari. Mohammed Al-Amir Amri, or Hanan Mohammed. Asan Jasim Mohammed Al-Amri, or Asan Jasim Mohammed Al-Amari. Athar Abbas Khalaf Al-Amri, or Amar Abbas Khalf Al-Amari. Hadar Abbas Khalaf Al-Amri, or Hader Abad Khalif Al-Amari. Cousins of Sunni policemen, uncles of Sunni policemen, father of Sunni policemen. Rahad Yosef, son of dead man. Ahmed Hadi Naji, Sabah D. Rasho, Abad Mohammed Ali, Yasuma Hussein Yassim, Akram al-Zubaydi, Misahim Yunus, or Misahim Yuhinus, Haltam Ibrahim Salah, Mohammed Shalom, Fatih Rashad Waga, Hamid Lahif Ashur, Wahid Lahif Ashur, Hamza Aliv, First Lieutenant Jamal Omer, Kamaran Kuder Soji, Imad Hashim Majid, Raja Abbas Ali, Adisam Waiz Kangar Ali Shimari, Hassan Tashban Kashir Shimari, Naul Fasil Kasar Shimari, Yassim Fasil Kasir Shimari, Sagban Fasil Kasar al-Shimari, Musin Naif Amo Khalil, son of dead man, Mustaq Hamid Hassan, Hamid Trikan, children of dead couple, wife of man killed, children of dead couple, wife of dead man, Ibrahim Abdullah, brothers of Ali Mashid Sabahuk, son of Ali Mashik Sabahuk, Ali Mashid Subahuk, or Ali Mashid Sabak, Hamed Mohammed Suhali.
Hamad Mohammed Hussein, Imad Sadak Jahad Al-Ziroksh, Atek Abdul Rahim, Yasin Jamin Al-Najjar, Hussein Ahmad Yunis Ablal, Ahmad Saad Gaib, Witbim Wehal Hifil, Mohammed Haruth Muslim, Saad Kamel Sunni, Jamal Karot Al-Zubaidi Shia, Basim Hashem Amaliki, brothers, Salam Bilal Ajaburi, Sif Ali Hussain, Saddam Mustafa Haider, Muhammad Yunis Bilal Al-Tui, brother of Kamad Hamil Abayati, Kadem Hamid Al-Biati, Kamel Rahi Alijai Kamil Kamas Ajali, wife of dead man, Ahmad Khalaf Abdai, Rafed Yassian Hassan Hamoud, Amar Ahmed Jabbar, Ama Ahmed Jabbar Motalg, Agil Sarhan, Miad Al-Bazij Hassam, Haidar Hussein Halal, Amjid Hussein Ali, Hamid Al-Sharifi or Hamid Al-Jufai, Sahib Al-Amiri, Rafia Muhammad Al-Jurani, Jamara Sadiani Musa, Tamer Abdul Amir Abd Ali, Salah Sultan Hajam, Ali Kadem Saddam Al-Saidi, Yasin Al-Asin, Anwal Halwas, Imed Musin Jafar or Imad Mohsen Jafar, Ali Mahdi, Majid Abd al-Wahhab, child of dead mother, children of dead mother, father of injured children, Majid Hamid al-Sakar, Ruhami Iyad al-Jaburi, Abd al-Hussein, Abd Kadim, Abd Rahim, Alawi Kitab Hamad, Matawak Nasir Matawak al-Madawari, Kolof Katil Alawad, Fidel Ali Mehdi Arahidi, Ali Abda Hussein Al-Dami, brothers, Rahim Khalaf Sudain or Rahim Khalaf Sadun or Rahim Khalif Hulashi, Nahe Ale Jasilium, Hussein Muhammad, Samir Abbas Nizir, Hussein Jabra Hadwan, Hadwa al-Jubiri or Hatawa Abid Rabu, Talib Ghazi Odal Weli, Muslim Saad Jasim al-Fatwai, son of Jassin Judair, Safa Nusef, Hiba Abdullah, wife of Ahmed al-Hassin, Ahmed al-Hassin, Hussein Hamid, Abdul Rida Ashur, Musalam Sultan al-Malaki, Hatem Mahdi Salman, Ahmed Abed Ali, Ismail Hussein Ahmad, Muhammad Hamdani Buntahar Mohammed Mehdi, Ali Anusi, Mahmoud Muhammad Rashid, wife of dead man, Ahmed Salah or Ahmed Khalid Sahil, Sameh Mohammed Sadon, Abbas Fatil Mohsin Finyan, Major Sahad Hussein Al-Buderi, Nasir Mohammed Haidar, Mohanad Hajsim, Humharia Ubaid, Jamil Kari Obid or Jamil Kari Ubaid, Mahood Ahmed Fulahi, Mitasha al-Sudami or Mutasha Abd al-Husseini al-Sudoni, Mohammed Said Khair Allah, Keri al-Daba or Khairuddin al-Daba, El-Bujader Ali al-Hadidi, Janif Yahir al-Hamadi, Kaha Khalil al-Awadi, Hadan al-Buhan al-Azawi, Ulam Aaron Adiv Ulam, Nicholas Kelly Uzenki, Angelo Joseph Vaccaro, Stephen Armando Valdez, Jared Neville Van Ulst, Alexander Van Alten, Travis Allen Van Zost, Gene Arden Vance Jr., Kyle Rolf Van der Gien, Joseph Andrew Van Drummel, Kenneth Roland Van Giesen, Gelfred David Vacahirno, Anthony Vargas, Julio Vargas, Terry Lee Varnador II, Gary Joseph Vasquez, Manuel Joseph Vasquez, Daniel Mark Vasilian, Aaron Carson Vaughn, Travis Ryan Vaughn, Frederick Eric Vasquez, Jason Anthony Vasquez, Richard Lee Vasquez, Jorge Luis Velasquez, Andrew Velez, Anthony Venetz Jr., Dane Taylor Venn, Jared Cameron Verbeek, Augustus James Vicari, Craig Michael Caleone Vickers, Barbara Vieira, William David Vile, Jorge Emmanuel Villasique, Jonathan Michael Villanueva, Jorge Villarreal Jr., Timothy Ray Vamoto, Don Wayne Vincent, Philip David Vinej, Alex Anthony Viola, Don Cayetano Vire, Robert Lee Vokes Jr., Randall Dunton Voss, Paul Clark Volke, Lance Herman Vogelier, Demetrius Lamar Void, Jason Eric von Zernick, Douglas M. Vos III, Mark Tyler Voss, Andrew Paul Wade, Chad Stafford Wade, Tristan Michael Wade, Brendan James Wadman, Matthew Gabriel Wagstaff, Brian Lloyd Walker, Laura Margaret Walker, Matthew Herbert Walker, Morris Lewis Walker, Thomas Alva Walkup Jr., Daniel Wayne Wallace, David William Wallace III, Ellery R. Wallace, Johnny Carl Walls, Jonathan Michael Walls, Jonathan Patrick Walsh, Sean Michael Walsh, Tyler Robert Walsh, Howard Arlen Walters, Zachary Joe Walters, James Joseph Walton, Christopher Ian Walls, Christopher Michael Ward, Eric Levi Ward, Albert Dono Ware, Eric Dean Warren, Kyle Ray Warren, Christian Michael Cade Warner, David John Warson, Michael Toussaint Heil Washington, James Allen Waters, Franklin Namone Watson, Jason Ryan Watson, Samuel Thomas Watts, Andrew Tarrant Weathers, Davy Nathaniel Weaver, Jason Michael Weaver, Todd William Weaver, Dennis Paul Witchell Jr., David Lee Weigel, Matthew Ward Weichert, Robert Martin Weinger, James Matthew Weiss.
Jonathan David Welch, Nicholas Shane Welch, Robert Forrest Welch III, Mark Christopher Wells, Wesley Robert Wells, Matthew J. West, Kenneth Warren Westbrook, Michael Edward Weston, Abraham Sherrod Wheeler III, Glenn Jacob Wetton, Blake Daniel Whipple, Andrew Francis Whitaker, Joshua Robert Whitaker, Ashley Irene White, Benjamin Daniel White, James Paul White Jr., Jeffrey Lee White Jr., Joseph Valere White, Kenneth Ryan White, Kevin Wilson White, Robert Charles White III, Robert Frank White, Russell Patrick White, Joseph Charles Whitehead, Nicholas Sade Whitlock, Justin Michael Whitmere, Jeffrey Alexander Whitsitt, Daniel Preston Whitten, Joshua Ray Whittle, Grant Arthur Wickman, James Taylor Wycliffe Chauson, Jeffrey Scott Wycamp, Matthew Everett Wilds, Ronald Herbert Wildrick Jr., James Leon Wiley Jr., Andrew Charles Wilfart, Justin James Wilkins, Adam Alexander Wilkinson, Kyle Weston Wilkes, Brian Douglas Willard, Anthony Lee Williams, Charles Alvin Williams II, Clarence Williams III, David Vincent Williams, Dennis Michael Williams, Derwin Isaac Williams, Eric Edward Williams, Jesse Lee Williams, Keith Michael Williams, Leslie Dominic Williams, Wesley Ross Williams, Patrick Oliver Williamson, Christopher M. Wilson, Ivan Earl Wilson, Justin J. Wilson, Matthew Willard Wilson, Ryan James Wilson, Shane Gregory Wilson, Thomas Randolph Wilson, Wade Daniel Wilson, William Robert Wilson III, John Robert Wimpy Cagle, Jessica Marie Wing, Damon Gabrielle Winkleman, Vincent Cortez Winston Jr., Jeanette Lee Winters, Leston Michael Winters, Benjamin Brian Wise, David Anthony Wisniewski, Philip Lawrence Witkowski, Joshua Eli Witzman, Aaron Xavier Whitman, Jeremiah Thomas Whitman, William Joseph Wojtowicz, Edoviges Guadalupe Wolf, Adam Franklin Wolf, Brian Michael Wolverton, Brett Everett Wood, Edwin Kobele Wood, Roy Alvin Wood, Sarian Andre Wood, Romanis Lee Woodard, Travis Martin Woods, William Bryan Woods Jr., Chris John Workman, Jason Ray Workman, Frank Joseph Alfonso World, Charles Jeffrey Wren, Christopher Shane Wright, David Timothy Wright II, Jeremy Robert Wright, Kyle James Wright, Terry Carl Wright, Joe Lee Wrightsman, Christopher Matthew Wrinkle, Derek Allen Wyatt, Sterling William Wyatt, Charles Edward Wyckoff, Jr., Jacob Henry Wickstra, Nathan Lee Weirick, Patrick Xavier, Jr., Nicholas George Zaros, Jonathan Christopher Yanni, Eric David Yates, Alejandro J. Yazzie, Jonathan Antonio Vega Yelner, Roberto Jose Ilescas, Jarrett Michael Yoder, James Chad Young, Mitchell Wayne Young, Ricardo DeAndrell Young, Trevor John Urista, Frank Riddell Zeringer III, Paul William Zanowick II, Daniel Lee Zerbe, Andres Zermeno, James Russell Zimmerman, Sonny Zimmerman, Daniel Zizumbo, Gunnar William Zwilling. The U.S. service members killed in August 21st in the Kabul explosion. Sergeant Johnny Rosario Picardo, 25, of Lawrence, Massachusetts. Sergeant Nicole L. Gee, 23, of Sacramento, California. Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, 31, of Salt Lake City, Utah. Corporal Hunter Lopez, 22, of Indio, California, a rifleman. Corporal Dagan W. Page, 23, of Omaha, Nebraska, a rifleman. Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, 22, of Logansport, Indiana, a rifleman. Lance Corporal David L. Espinoza, 20, of Rio Bravo, Texas, a rifleman. Lance Corporal Jared M. Schmitz, 20, of St. Charles, Missouri, a rifleman. Lance Corporal Riley J. McCullum, 20, of Jackson, Wyoming, a rifleman. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, 20, of Rancho Cucamonga, California, a rifleman. Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nikau, 20, of Norco, California. Navy Corpsman Maxton W. Soviak, 22, of Berlin Heights, Ohio. Staff Sergeant Ryan C. Naus, 23, of Corryton, Tennessee. Iraqi civilian deaths since 2001. Al-Sirafat, a tribe leader. Indam Al-Taif Mahmud, granddaughter of Nahajid Abid, son of Nahajid Abid, daughter-in-law of Najahed Abid, Minar, daughter of Safana Hamed, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman. Shukran Ghanim Hussein, uncle of Rama Ghanim. Shifa Gurdi, born Shifa Zikra Ibrahim Gurdi. Family members of IS leader. Daughters of Munthar al-Ajaj, wife of Munthar al-Ajaj. Munthar al-Ajaj. Family members from Albu Nimer tribe. The family members from the Albu Nimer tribe brothers. Family members of dead woman. Family members, son of Nazar. Nazar, son of dead man, father of dead male. Amina Amen Ahmed. Dalal Amen Ahmed. Nur Mohammed Hamid. Afra Ali Kadar. Hussein Ali Kadar. Aisha Abdel Thanan. Ali Kadar Thanan. Sisters. Majid Hamed Al-Hufudni. Ahmed Hadi Angud Al-Karki. Abdu Hamza Al-Suri. Wael Imad Kadim Al-Kazare. Captain Haji Nasir. Abu Amin Al-Jaburi. Basim Al-Safai. Fatin. Abu Maqdad relatives. Mother of dead girl. Daughter of the injured woman. Wife of Riyad Nori. Family members. Abu Qudtada al-Iraqi. Hassan al-Qatani. Abu Talhi al-Shami. Son of dead man. Father of dead male. Family members. Hamed Khalaf, son of Hajjai. Dr. Musin Sadiq. Farouj Hamid, daughter of dead couple. Wife of dead man. Husband of dead woman. Nimat Izzat Shahib. Allah al-Din Abu Hafsa, brother of IS member. AASH. Abu Bakr Abbas Yassin al-Sam'are, Abbas Yassin Hussein. Ali al-Duraji. Mustafa Hasim Mustafa Saeed Ahmed al-Rali. Muhammad Elias Kadir al-Naimi. Zahid Sinan Abdul Latif. Zara Sinan Abdul Latif. Maryam Sanin Abdul Latif. Iman Khalid Muhammad. Rania Raid Muhammad Hussain. Shamsa Jasim Hassan Ali. Jasim Muhammad Hassan Ali. Zara Abraham Ali Juma. Grandson of dead old man. Grandfather of dead male. Hamza Ali Hadi Al-Skani. Mustafa Jawad. Child of dead female. Mother of dead child. Daughter of Yosef.
Yusuf, son of Yusuf, children of dead man, father of dead children, Sinan Abdul Islam, Sinan Abdel Islam, daughter of Muhammad Tayyib Aliyah and Fatima Aliyal. Fatima Aliyal, wife of Muhammad Tayyib Aliyah. Muhammad Tayyib Aliyah, children of dead woman, Sheikh Jawad, Anas, son Abdullah Abdul Sattar Abdul Baki, Abdullah Abdul Sattar Abdul Baki, grandmother of Rafi Ahmed Mahmoud al-Rashidi, sisters of Rafi Ahmed Mahmoud al-Rashidi, Rafi Ahmed Mahmoud al-Rashidi, Zachariah, son of Haq Dahir, wife of Wada Samim, wife of Khalid Mustafa Wada, Mustafa, son of Khalid Mustafa, Wada Khalid, Abu Samim, son of Khalid Mustafa, Khalid Mustafa, Abu Wada, Imad Ahmed, Imran Riyad Adnan, son of Haj Riyad Adnan, wife of Haj Riyad Adnan, Haj Riyad Adnan, Mahfuz House Shashhamu, son of Alja Riyad, wife of Alha Riyad, Alha Riyad, Yunis Hassan Abdullah Al-Badrani, Abdul Kadir Al-Qasi, Anwar Muhammad Dawood, daughter of dead woman, mother of dead girl, Osama, son of Abu Allah Al-Atari, Ziyad Al-Hazhem, Nuri Saba, son of Saba Khorshid, Sheikh Fawaz Meshbel Al-Jumali, children of dead couple, Abu Omar Hiwazi, Ali Kwaitasi, Tamara Omar, son of dead male, father of dead male, Abdullah Ghazi, son of Kutan village Mukhtar, Faisal Ghazi, son of Kutan village Mukhtar, Hashem Faris, Ashraf Badran, Walid, nephew of Ammar al-Buzini, Gina, daughter of Muhammad Muftaf, wife of Muhammad Muftaf, Mustafa Muftas Abdullah, Abdul Rahman, son of Ammar Mustaf, Abdullah and Lina al-Anas, Ahmed, son of Ammar Mustaf, Abdullah and Lina al-Anas, Lina al-Anas, wife of Ammar Mustaf Abdullah, Ammar Mumtaz Abdullah, wife of Hash Mumtaz Abdullah Mahid, Ha Muftaf Abdullah Mahid, bodyguards of Lieutenant General Juma Inat Sadun al-Jubwari, son of Zaki Mai al-Rawi, Yusuf Faisal Hassan al-Salmani, Kutaiba Hakir Khalad, Aya Hakir Khalad al-Karbwili, Idris Shakir Khalal al-Karbwili, Saud Juma Soud Matar, Mustafa Muhammad Halal, daughter of Ali Uwaid Hamad, Muhammad Omar Hassan al-Rawi, Bakr Omar Hassan al-Rawi, Ali Ayub Sabri al-Salmani, Ahmad Abeid al-Salmani, Lufti Nawib al-Rawi, Ahmad Mahmoud Abdallah al-Karbuli, Diya Hussein Khalaf al-Karbuli, the family of Ali Awaid al-Karbuli, Mutlaq al-Durbasi Abu Hakim, Ala Hazim al-Rawi, Omar Muhammad Jazim, Muhammad Khalaf Jazim al-Salmani, Abu Jasim, the wife of Ubaid Muhammad al-Dumuk, Jubair Ahmad Khalaf, Ali Mishan Nawar, Fatah al-Kabwasi, Mahmud Kashan Selvi al-Arbali, Zaki May al-Rawi, Bilal Dawood Fahad al-Rawi, Muhannam Isam Deshash al-Rawi, Uthman Yaham Ma'awul al-Samani, Sabah Hamnan Majun al-Salmani, Saddam Saleh Mukawish al-Salmani, Anwar Muhammad Kurdi al-Salmani, Mustafa Hassan Hamad al-Salmani, the family of Sattar Jaber Matar al-Karbuli, the family of Jaber Matar al-Karbuli, Hamdam Hussein, Mohsin Abed Sawid al-Malawi, Az Ahmad Abed Hamini al-Salmani, Omar Muhammad Abdullah al-Karbuli, Jamal Satim Hutib al-Hardini, Khalaf Hamad Hazim al-Salmani, Rafe Jubar al-Kuwasi, Anas Ratib Kinyan, Abed al-Katir Kinyan al-Karbuli, Abaldaram al-Muflif Abed al-Razak al-Salmani, Muhammad Hamad Muhammad Khalifa al-Salmani, late Dam Abdakwar al-Mufti, Habib Muhammad Tukwan al-Farahi, Ayub Sabri al-Salmani, Abed al-Muhashim Muhammim Hamud al-Salmani, Mishtaq Muhammad al-Salmani, Abed al-Waha Mishtaq Muhammad al-Salmani, Hassan Hamad Hazim al-Salmani, Makhluf Duman Muhammad al-Karbuli, Yusuf Jihar Hardan al-Salmani, Jihar Hardan al-Salmani, Ahmad Khaluf al-Rawi, Sulaiman Muhammad al-Brahim al-Hardini, Nasser Shav Sohail al-Hardini, Yunis Ratib Kian al-Kuwasi, Mishtaq Hamid Abad al-Salmani, Hamud Abud Abu Qazi al-Salmani, Mahmud Ali al-Nawami, Tabet al-Ubaidi, Muhammad Tabet al-Ubaidi, Muhammad Tabet Seshafa, Ali Khalid al-Dunu, Ahmed Sufyan David, Ayam Ibrahim Jassam, Ayam Ibrahim Jassam al-Salmani, Ministry of Defense employee, Shukri Sain al-Din, wife of IS member, Maryam, daughter of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Fatima, daughter of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Khadija, daughter of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Riof, child of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Rana, daughter of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Yusuf, son of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Ali, son of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Muslim, son of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Bilal, son of Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, Janiha Jasim Muhammad Salami, Muhammad Ramadan al-Rawi, children of Abu Abdullah, wife of Abu Abdullah, nickname, uncle of Zakaria al-Kurdi, Nasif Jasem al-Isawi, Ziad Karufa, Hoshiar Ismail, Kader Hassan, Ayman, son of Ahmed Hussein, IS journalist, family members, Shaima Farouk Abdullah, Lieutenant Colonel, officer, father of injured children, the groom, Sajib Sulaiman Al-Jaburi, Dr. Safwan Imad, children of dead female, mother of dead children, family members, Layla Red Saad, Mohammed, Shafiq, son of Zaidan Ali Wadi Al-Marzoum, Mohammed Hamid Badawi Malawi, Ala Abbas Aifan, Walid Khalid Hamid, driver of the doctor, Ahmed Shehatha Al-Asafi, Abu Safiya, friend of Council of Ministers employee, family members of the Silas Guard, family member, son of executed policeman, father of executed policeman, displaced from Tal Afar, Katan Ali Muhammad al-Obeidi, son of Jun Arya Mukhtar, displaced from Hawiya, family members of dead teacher, family members of dead tribal leader, members of 3 families, daughter of dead male, father of dead female, Abbas Rahma, Walid Tamer, son of dead female, mother of dead male, MYRABN, father of injured male, SKDANAM, family member of injured people, Al-Jabur, tribe members, Jassin Al-Obeidi, Mustafa Juma, Kheri Sabur Shihad, Amir, brother of Saeed, children of Hussein Juma Dalal Al-Hadidi, Hussein Juma Dalal Al-Hadidi, disabled girl, Ali Raisan, Bashar Hamadi, Hussein Dakil, Hussein Ahmed Hussein, Rashid Ali Khalaf, Ahmed Mahmoud Dakil, uncle of Adnan Al-Bazi, Adnan Sarhid, Kurush Javidel, Nemat Rezai, Moyesev Gambari, Ahmet Aseruglu, Ahmed Agar, Insanuglu, Ahmed Ayar Oglo. Brother of Mahmoud Ali Khalaf, Mustafa Bushar Al-Kudu, grandchild of dead old men, grandfather of dead children, grandchild of dead old men, wife of injured male, Abdullah Amer, sons of Numan Al-Mujami, Numam Bizaye, wife of Numam Al-Maye, Numam Bazaye, popular resistance members, brothers, father of IS member, family members, sons of dead mayoralty of Baghdad employee, father of dead male, Qasim Mahmoud al-Momwari, husband of injured female, Nabil Jassim Muhammad, Ahmed Fadel al-Hadidi, children of dead male, father of dead children, Al-Mosuliya Satellite Channel, children of dead couple, mother of dead children, father of dead children, family members of alcohol shop owner, Ronahi, Ahmed Faiz al-Hayali, Faiz Abdul Munim al-Hayali, Salah Turkey, brother of Colonel Yusuf, Salah al-Din, Traffic Police Department Director, daughter of dead woman, mother of dead girl, Wissam Hussein al-Darwish, father of dead males and females, sons of dead old men, daughters of dead old men, Abu Ibrahim al-Tunsi, Muhammad Hamza al-Fadil, Ahmad Hamza al-Fadil, Ahmed Abed Motlak al-Jiburi, children of dead couple, father of dead children, mother of dead children, children of dead female, mother of dead children, son of dead female, mother of dead male. Duhok Roads Dictorate employees, son of dead police officer, father of dead male, daughters of dead teacher, mother of dead girls, family members, brother of dead woman, child of dead woman, child of dead woman, mother of dead children, electrical materials shop owner, son of dead men, brothers of Colonel Mohsen Ali al-Jaburi, Jawad Zarziz, also known as Abu Hajar, Abu Hamza al-Libi, Ibrahim al-Naimi, Kudar Abdullah Sabawi, al-Khatib, son of dead man, father of dead male, Muntasir Muhammad Rashid al-Rawi, Muntahir Muhammad Rashid, Hamed Khalid, Haman Angelan, Hamed Khalid Hamad Kailan, Walid Khalid Haman Angelan, Walid Khalid Haman Anquailan, Khalid Haman Angelan, Khalid Haman Ankailan, mother of dead men, unborn child of dead men, Abu Fatima al-Kuwaisi, Omar Abdul Karim, mother of dead male, son of dead woman, H.A.N., sister of dead man, Abu Muhammad Furqan, Wael Adil Hassan Salman Al-Fayed, daughter of dead woman, mother of dead girl, Hasib Ahmed Hasib, Abdullah Ahmed Andam, Ali Idris Al-Nwami, Hilal Ahmed Al-Safar, wife of, also known as Abu Mansur, son of dead man, son of dead shop owner, Saidan Khalaf Hussein Al-Obeidi, S.S., children of dead woman, mother of dead children, son of dead judicial assistants, father of injured male, Wulush Bilaj Mukhtar, children of dead woman, mother of dead children, wife of injured dentist. Family members, wife of IS leader, son of IS leader. Father of injured male, Ayad Hussein Majid, Abu al-Dur, Abu Messenger al-Mehairi, Sadiq Idris al-Nuami, Ismail Kader al-Juburi, Ali Ghani, Brothers of Tribal Mobilization Forces, leader, brother of alcohol shop owner, brother of dead male, children of dead couple, mother of dead children, father of dead children, son of dead man, father of injured male, children of dead couple, mother of dead family, father of dead family. Mustafa Saeed Faisal, Mustafa Saeed, Mustafa Saeed. Abu Qatada al-Osbaki, Widad Hussein Ali, Wedat Hussein Ali, Hussein Ali. Abdul Kader Muhammad Mehdi Saleh, Ahmed Ali Hussein al-Bagos, Ahmed al-Bagus. Daughter of Ali al-Wardi, Gofran Ali Khalaf al-Wardi, Qatada Ali Khalaf al-Wardi, Sifuk al-Agub Sufuk Watban al-Sultan, nephew of Naufal al-Akub, Nineveh's governor. Children of dead parents, mother of dead children, father of dead children. IS members from Yemen, sons of dead ministry employee, brothers, child of dead mother, mother of dead child, employee in the real estate registration department, children of dead men, mother of the injured children, father of injured children, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, Al-Luhaib tribe leader, agricultural reform department employee, child of dead mother, mother of dead child, Ahmed Rahim Al-Kasrawi, father of injured children, Al-Obeid tribe members.
Tariq Hussein El Efri, daughters of dead woman, mother of dead child, gas cylinder seller, Barzan Mohammed Rahim, son of dead woman, mother of dead male, Abu Salih, son of dead man, son of dead woman, mother of dead male, Kais Handi Halfa, family members of ICE leader Abu Hajar, Ali Mahmoud, Ali Mahmoud, family members of Camille Alik Halo, Kamal Alik Halo, Al Akbar Abbas, Walid Jafar, Saif Ali Al Hamadani, Abu Bakr, son of Abu Bakr, wife of Abu Bakr, brothers, Abu Kahayal, family member, Abu Kahayal, family member, Zina Jawad Hamdi, Zainab Nadam Hasim, Zainab Hazim Ali, Zain El Abidin Amar Muhammad, Zaid Muhammad Yaqub, Zaid Ayad Mohammed. Zara Khaled Walid Alwan. Zara Muhammad Kadom. Zara Muhammad Hawas. Yosef Khalid Hassan. Yosef Arkan Mohammed. Yaha Fadil Aboud. Yasir Muhammad Nama. Yasir Abbas Abrahim. Yasir Ahmed Kodhar. Yasir Saeed Abdullah. Yas Kadhar Abbas. Wijdan Jawad Hamdi. Widad Akram Jasim. Tu El Fikar Kanim Urabi. Taer Nasir Abed. Tarek Laith Tarek. Tarek Amin Obaid. Talib Ahmed Mutashar. Sakainya Kasim Abdul Karim. Suham Ali Arak. Suzan Wahid Alwan. Soad Jafar Khatum. Sina Ali Jawad Jasim. Shahab Hamed Khatem Hamza. Sharan Ali Khurshid. Shamil Mohammed Aidam. Shama Najib Mohammed Hussein. Saina Ali Jawad Jasim. Sasan Abbas Uda Hawas. Tatar El Said Ismail. Sarmad Jasim Mohammed Ali. Sanarya Kamran Hussein. Samir Hussein Abdul Jabbar. Samir Muhammad Aidam. Sama Basil Ibrahim. Salman Kasim Abdul Karim. Salim Bas Hamadi. Salah Kala Hamed. Salah Abed Hassan Gata. Sajad Salman Yassin. Saif Muhammad Shakir. Sagar Rahim Shalan. Safa Adan Muhammad Abu El Tiamin. Sadak Hamed Yasir. Sadia Haran Elohi. Sabhan Walid Ismail. Saad Rad Abdul Majid. Saad Ismail Ibrahim. Saad Muhammad Hassan. Rehana Ahmed Yasir. Ruka'a Talib Kazial. Ruka'a Kasim Abdul Karim. Rosa Wahid Alwan. Rayam Yonis Al Ghul. Ritag Ahmed Yasir. Rafa'at Jasim Mohammed. Rata Khatem Mohammed. Ra'an Ahmed Yasir. Rasul Herez Abdullah. Rasul Khatom Abid Manati. Rasha Shakir Ibrahim. Rana Rashid Ratan. Rama Younes Ilewi. Rahaf Allah Hassan. Radha Nazar Majid. Ra'ad Muhammad Hassan. Osma Kamel Amara. Omar Safa Dahi. Omar Ali Abdul Wahabab. Omar Abdul Hassan Khatum. Noura Hamid Nouri Mohammed. Noor Salah Jamil. Noor Khalid Hassan. Noor Hilal Abed Ali. Nisreen Kuthar Naif. Nadhal Rabah Abdul Hadi. Nighal Askar Faraj. Nawal Askar Faraj. Nasir Latif Nassar, Najam Abed Mikal, Akham Ra'ad Brazak, Nadia Mohammed Abed, Muhammad Abed Muhaja, Nadam Abbas Abed Ali, Nabila Hasim Abdullah, Mayas El Reem Mahmoud Ibrahim, Mutana Abed Hasim, Hasim Hassan, Mustafa Salah Kamal Ahmed, Mustafa Saban Hamid, Mustafa Sabah Hamid Amtilg, Mustafa Sadi Yawad, Mustafa Mahdi Hatab, Mustafa Kamran Hussein, Mustafa Jawad Abdul Khatum, Mustafa Ali Khalaf Khatum, Mustafa Adel Naji, Mustafa Abdul Rahim Azima Ahmed, Murtada Khalid Aboud, Muqdad Mohammed Saif, Muntair Kudahir Abbas, Musin Jassim Muhammad, Muhaimin Fadhel Abbas, Muhannad Mahassain Hamza, Muhanan Abed Salim Muhammad, Muhammad Yohannes Alawi, Muhammad Tom Hamid, Muhammad Talib Salih, Muhammad Salah Ali, Muhammad Saeed Abed Zayed, Muhammad Numan Muhammad, Muhammad Naeem Abduk Imam, Muhammad Mahdi Fahadi Khalaf, Muhammad Jabbar Akla El Lamai, Muhammad Hussein Muhammad Waji, Muhammad Hamid Faris, Muhammad Haidir Latif, Muhammad Fazi Kadir, Muhammad Faiz Darwish, Muhammad Fadel Aboud, Muhammad El Bakir Rahim Rasul, Muhammad Ibrahim Salim, Muhammad Ali Kamil Aboud Muhammad, Muhammad Abdullah Jassam, Muhammad Abdul Rahim Rati, Muammel Hamad Ahmed Jassim, Musa Salman Abid, Muhammad Hamid Mood, Muhammad El Kamel, Muhammad Ahmed Jassim, Muhammad Abdul Amir, Muhammad Ali Muhammad, Mu'amal Ali Jassim, Mu'amal Abdul Abdim Nahom, Miad Taun Yosef, Mervat Khalid Hasim, Milad Ali Diel, Masad Sadi Jawad, Mariam Khaled Walid Alawan, Mariam Hazim Kasim, Marwan Jamil Ibrahim, Marwa Shakir Karim, Marwa Rashid Rashan Rwadan, Marwa Muhammad Ataya, Marwa Jassim Muhammad, Manal Muhammad Aidam, Allah Khalid Hassan, Mahid Hamid Mood, Hamoud Hamad Abed, Hamoud Abdul Radim Radi, Madi Ali Madi, Maha Shakir Ibrahim, Ma'ada Markba Mua, Layan Akram Khalib Ab, Light Hader Mutar, Kola Jafar Kadum, Khalid Walid Khalid, Khalid Jar Mahmoud, Khalid Hassan Muhammad, Khalid Hassan Ibrahim, Tahaji Talib Kazal, Kathir Abdul Ridha Mahid, Kahar Kasim Abdul Karim, Kahar Madi Muhammad Hassan, Kahar Halil Abdi, Kahar Fali Hassan Faris, Kamal Salah, Kamal Ahmed, Kadhum Muhim Hamid, Hinan Muhammad Idam, Jasim Samir Nigamish, Jasim Muhammad Rajib, Jasim Dahiya Jasim, Janasi Abdul Zahra Abdas, Jamal Badri Muhi al-Din, Jafar Kodar Sadan, Jabbar Ali Ubaid, Ibrahim Abbas Muhammad, Hussam Samir Kadem, Hussein Sadi Jawad, Hussein Muhammad Ibrahim, Hussein Muhammad Munam, Hussein Muhammad Hamid, Hussein Madi Gati, Hussein Kamil Muhammad Abdul Rida, Hussein Hassam Abbas, Hussein El Mahdi, Hussein Ali Hussein Khalaf, Hussam Adil Alwan, Imam Mohammed Jabbar Akla, Hiba Ali Madhum, Hiba Adna Shakit, Haider Karam Kaleb, Haideen Sabah Musa, Hayat Hussein Kadim, Mara Hussein Kasim, Hassanin Gaher Matim, Hassan Hadi Najim, Hassan Ahmad Tali, Hassan Allah Hassan, Hani Abdullah Wasme, Hana Shakir Najim, Namzi Zuhar Farik, Namza Yashin Khalifa, Hamza Salah Mutleg, Hamza Nuer Jabbar, Hamza Hadir Jabbar, Hamza Abdas Uda Hawas, Hamid Majid Salaman, Hamed Shadan Halub Hamed, Shadan Halub Atila Fakeh Eldin, Hamdi Musin Sekhir, Haithim Rahman Kasim, Haider Kaklid Hassan, Haider Hassan Mindil, Haider Faith Halil, Hadier Ali Nima, Hadier Ali Hamid, Adi Abdul Karim Hadi, Habib Wissam Munim, Husun Hilal Abed Ali, Katha Adel Naji, Gahadir Rathem Rahman, Fuad Yasif Muhammad, Firas Fidel Kazil, Fatama Talib Ghazal, Faris Rafif Mishet, Farah Omar Ali, Faisal Muhammad Salman, Faisal Gahazi Abdul Aziz, Fahad Eldin Basim Ali, Fatad Abed El Rudan, Sahad Musin Radi, Ez Eldin Abbas Hassoun, Assam El Muhammad Mahum, Antar Bashar Hussein, Iman Yanes Ilwe, Iman Ali Hussein, Ahmad Kahidan Khalaf, Ekla Fakir Eldin Bakir, Akbal Juad Turki, Ejad Risham Sabah, Eshan Hakim Shenes Shel, Ebed Sam Talib Kazal, Ebed Sam Jaid Turki, Ibrahim Taer Ibrahim, Ibrahim Muhammad Wali, Etathar Ahmed Zayan Redha, Dua Wahid Alwan, Dua Karim Umran, Diha Khalif Abdul Zara, Dania Hatem Rahman, Utania Kasim Abdullah, Bilal Adel Hasib Allah, Basim Mohammed Abed Fareh, Barakat Abdul Qadir Jahad, Benin Jasim, Vaida Talib Kazal, Ayad Fakir Eldin Bakir, Ayad El Khatum, Atil Fakir Eldin, Askar Fajah Ali, Asil Nasir Abed, Asil Khatum Qaim, Asad Ahmed Sayer Takwan, Amna Ali Abdul Hassan, Ammar Qasim Hassan, Ammar Hazim Mahmoud, Amal Kadem Muhammad, Ali Siriyas Taimur, Ali Salih Khalifa, Ali Safa Adnan, Ali Sadiq Haswan Elwan, Ali Raid Abbas, Ali Nazir Hasim, Saif Ali Namir Sabor, Ali Namir Sabor, Ali Nadid Ali, Ali Nadum Hamadi, Ali Muhammad Hasim, Ali Muhammad Ahmed, Ali Musad Saadi, Ali Khalid Saeed Mahid, Ali Khatum Karamas, Ali Jabbar Shilan, Ali Hussein Abbas, Ali Hassan Mindil Jabri, Ali Hamid Zamel, Yosar Maj Matushar, Mutada Abdul Adim Hamoud, Karim El Shaki Kadum Nafa Ali, Zina Muhammad Najib, Farah Muhammad Najib, Amir Muhammad Najib, Muhammad Najib Salaman, Hussein Qais Kamil, Ihab Hadi Jassim, Ali Hamid Hamoud, Ali Hatem Rahman, Ali Kasi Labi, Ali Abdul Jabbar Mustafa, Ali Abdul Jabbar Jassim, Allah Shakir Najim, Allah Ali Fuad, Akram Nabil Subhi, Akram Khalib Ibrahim, Akbar Aziz Haider, Hamed Yasir, Hamed Uday Muhammad Yassin, Hamed Samir Takwan, Hamed Murtada Muhammad Sahata, Hamed Mufak Salim, Ahmed Muhammad Ahmed, Ahmed Kadum Kamis, Ahmed Kadem Jafar, Ahmed Jawad Kadum, Ahmed Jassim Salih Mahdi, Ahmed Hasim Jawad Nasif, Ahmed Ibrahim Muram, Ahmed Amar Jassim, Ahmed Amar, Ahmed Ali Hussein, Ahmed Allah Mari, Ahmed Abdul Rahim Radi, Ahmed Abdul Fatah Jassim, Alam Jaed Turki, Aham Muhammad Jabbar Akala, Adnan Safa Adnan, Abu El Tiem, Adnan Jawad Kadum Hussein, Abdullah Salim Hadi, Abdullah Saeb Jalil, Abdullah Razak Abbas, Abdullah Hader Abdul Hussein, Abdullah Hamza Yassin, Abdullah Anis Muhammad, Abdullah Abdul Razik Muhammad, Abdul Rahman Ahmed Ibrahim, Abdul Karim Nabil Abdul Karim, Abbas Adnan Jawad Kadum Hussein, Yusuf Abdul Karim Salim Al-Kizaz, Yusuf Abdul Karim Salim, Ahmed Dia, Ali Arwa Alwan Zaidan El Furtasei, Nihad Kadum, Layan Mahar El Said, Tabrak Salam El Said, Maher Jassim El Said, Essa Al Obidi, Mutaz Jassim Hassan, Hussein Jassim Hassan, Banin Abbas Hamid, Ali Ade Aziz, Humad Al Abdul Aziz, Hamada Al El Shamir, Zahara Muhammad Abda, sister-in-law of Ali Muhammad Maruf Al Mandali, Zahar Muhammad Abed, Samar Ali Muhammad, son of Ali. Muhammad Maruf al-Mandalwi. Muhammad Ali Muhammad, son of Ali. Wife of al-Muhammad Marif Ali. Akil Muhammad Maruf al-Mandalwi. Batama Muhammad Maruf al-Mandalwi. Abbas Muhammad Maruf al-Mandali. Ali Muhammad Maruf al-Mandali. Samir Muhammad Maruf al-Mandali. Adil Kal Adil Farah, brother of Muhammad, Bilal and Salar. Hadi Hussein, son of Hussein Ali. Rakaya Hussein, daughter of Hussein Ali. Hussein Ali. Farid al-Sindi. Ali al-Jaf. Akram Hadi. Khalwad Walid Ibrahim. Walid Ibrahim Salim. House owner. Shop owner. Wife of the head of Ais Shari Court in Mosul. Shamir al-Jamir, tribe members. Sisters. Abbas Hassan Shakur, the displaced from Fallujah. Father of dead children. Mother of dead children. Children of dead parents. Mother of Farah. Farah. Hatim Karim al-Hamadani. Munter Abdullah el-Majas. Abdul Harji el-Eswi. Child of dead woman. Mother of dead child. Turkmen civilian. Son or brother of tribal leader. Daham Hawass. Son of Kashkul al-Qadim village. Sakut Muhammad Sharif. Sons of food distribution agent. Hamed Muhammad Humadi. Family members. Safa Sami Jabal Alubi. Ahmed, son of Ibrahim Taha Abud Alawad El Swa. Abdul Qadar, son of Ibrahim Taha Abud. Taha, son of Ibrahim Taha Abud Helwad. Wife of Ibrahim Taha Abud Helwad. Ibrahim Tahu Abud Awad. Amar al-Safawi, wife of executed man, husband of executed woman, son of dead ministry employee, mother of dead male, Fadil al-Garawi, brothers, Abdullah, brother, grandson of Nuriya, granddaughters of Nuriya, son of injured woman, brothers, son of traitor, Captain Bassam Dubar, al-Batus clan member, Ali al-Tamimi, mayoral of Baghdad workers, majority of Baghdad workers, majority of Baghdad heads of engineers, al-Sakhalawi tribe members, children of Najim Jamil Mahud al-Habi, wife of Nahad Jamil Mahud al-Habi, Najah Jamil Mahud al-Habi, wife of dead elderly man, husband of wounded woman, son of dead man, father of dead male, Hamad al-Aba Hadi, family members, family member, family members, family member, wife of Abu Tabarak, children of Abu Tabarak, Salil Abdullah, Ishmael al-Mullah Hassan, family members, Hadir Youssef, Farah al-Jashi, Musa al-Lawizi, Abdallah Aran Uda, son of Ministry of Trade employee, cousin of the brothers, Abu Ifam al-Maswali, captain of the General Directorate of Passports, daughter of dead Mukhtar, son of dead Mukhtar, father of dead male, brothers, Salman Ali, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman. Kamal Hatim, family members. Tassin Ali Abbas Al-Sadi, Talal Abu Imam, Athar Karim Hussein Al-Zudadi, Hadir Hussein, Hussein Hassab, Hamam Jassim Mohammed, Hamid Salim Al-Ani, Jal Hamaz Jawad, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, Allah Qasim Mohan, Yakin Ali, Mohand, daughter of dead man, Major General Ghalib, son of dead construction material shop owner, father of dead male, Zaid Khalif, son of dead man, father of dead male, bodyguard of Peshmerga officer, children of army member, wife of army member, daughter of dead couple, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, tribesmen, family members, Saud Salih El Eswawi, mother of the injured child, member of the Kurdish family, related to the injured male, children of dead woman, mother of dead children, Walid Khalid, Hamad Khalid, son of executed policeman and woman, wife of executed policewoman, husband of executed woman, brothers, Aisha Ali Mohammed, mother of Yosef Musaka Talib al-Habusi, child of Mustafa and dead woman, wife of Mustafa, oil refinery owner, Nashwan, brother of Ayam Kazal, Faik Fakir, daughter of dead couple, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, Kurds, AJ, Kais Ayub, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, son of Farhan al-Dulami, Osama Ismail al-Obedli, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, children of dead couple, mother of dead children, father of dead children, brothers, children of dead women, mother of dead children, Hamed Shaban Abad al-Rahman al-Hati, Mohammed Ghassan Gashan, children of Raghad and Raid, Raghad wife of Raid, Raid Hamed Rizek, Othman al-Janabi, daughter of Ghazi Khalaf Ali al-Juni, Ahmed Ghazi Khalif al-Juni, wife of Ghazi Khalaf Ali Juni, Salah Abbas Jassim al-Iswai, Fatima Abed Jassim al-Iswai, Salah Rahid Haj Saeed al-Namajawani, Bakir Hassan Nadir, Mayad Musin Najim Hadir al-Musani, Muhadra Khan, Lukman Fadil Abbas Dilami el-Abbasi, Yosef el-Namari, cousins, Saud Namet, Mahmud, son of Hamed, child of dead woman, mother of dead children, son of Ministry of Oil engineer, Mohammed Kamil Duraib, Sabah Kamil Duraib, son of Hamad Khalil Kadum, Hamid Asim Kabadur, Saluf al-Ansari, Hamid Shakir, Kara Abdas Ali al-Dani, Bilal al-Janabi, Walid Abdil Abed, Muned Kazul Khaldun Alti, tribesman, house owner, brother of house owner, Zahid Rikhani, Abu Arshad, daughter of Dafir Ramadan al-Badrani, wife of Dafir Ramadan al-Badrani, Dafir Ramadan al-Badrani, children of Dr. Ziad, wife of Dr. Ziad, Dr. Ziad, Fadia Mufaq al-Ali, Ashraf, Haitham Abu Maram, Raed Abu Ahmed, Salim Ghanem El Jubari, Salim Hamed Rashadi, Masruma Sarif Wali, Sabri Mustafa Shna, Ali Musa Mohammed, Abu Muhammad Al-Hamdani, Mustafa Abdul Ratham El Aswi, daughter of Hussein Tahir Lafta, son of real estate trader, brothers, Fatima Samir, Al-Fadil Mustafa Tahab, Atman Sahab Rajab, Yasin Al-Tazli, family members of Matar Dahi Kata Al-Jabri, Matar Dahi Kata Al-Jabri, wife of Fidel Awad Al-Safi, Fidel Awad Al-Safi, Hadi and Bashar family members, Bashar Hadi Jihad, Hadi Hassan Jihad, children of Ghazala Ali Fadim Zidan, husband of Ghazala Ali Fatih Zidan, Ghazala Ali Fatih Zidan, children of Hassan Ali Fatih Zidan, wife of Hassan Ali Fatih Hazan, Hassan Ali Fatih Zidan, children of Hussein Ali Fatih Zidan, wife of Hussein Ali Fatih Zidan, Hussein Ali Fatih Zidan, daughter of Ali Fatih Zidan al-Manawi, wife of Ali Fatih Zidan al-Manawi, Ali Fatih Zidan al-Manawi, gym manager, Tahir Sakan, Najat Kamil Shiko, sons of dead man, barber shop owner, Ali Umir Zaidan, Salah Fakah Mari, girls of dead couple, mother of dead family, father of dead family, Fikrat Sabah, Fawaz Kadim, Farouk Abdel Razak Al-Hamdani.
It's 3 o'clock and we have not yet read half the names in this list of names. Not within recent memory, perhaps ever, has our chalice been lit for this length of time. We light the chalice to make this a sacred space, to set this time and this space apart. And so we don't want to let the fuel go out as it just is about to do, which does bring to mind several Bible stories about young women and bridegrooms, but that's another story for another sermon. But I do want to keep this a sacred space and to continue the reading of the names of these who have been killed so unnecessarily. So I'm going to light a new chalice.
child of dead woman, mother of dead child, child sister of two dead sisters, sister, AJS, Abu Kataba Wali's barber, Salah Jubir Kaduri Aknen, Saudi bin Abu Shakur and his family, Ahmed Minawer, Omer Subib Hamid Farah, Ahmed Muhir, Gadan Abdullah, Muntasir Tamir, Amen Hussein, son of dead man, Ali Ibrahim al-Naimi, Amar Anan al-Juburi, Shama Ahmed, family members from Abu Fad tribe, Atman Nasser al-Khari Abdul Rahman, son of dead lawyer, Abdi Alil al-Sabur al-Dalwahi, Safal al-Dim Musa, brother of alcohol shop owner, brother of dead male, Shihib Barakak al-Jaburi, Halef Saddam al-Jaburi, Hajim Monam al-Jaburi, Abdullah Ab Rabah al-Jaburi, son of dead couple, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, Zuhir Mamun al-Hadidi, Adnan Nadir al-Kakur, Ali al-Hussein al-Husef al-Jasui, Hanam Bujreb Jandal al-Jamali, Nasim Ahmad Haza al-Tikitri, Osama Hassan al-Sabawi, Allah Eid Hamad al-Jamali, Samir Halal Hussein al-Juburi, Mohsen Ahmad Mohsen al-Masumuri, Mohsen Ali al-Kassab, Bajat Jiz al-Dim al-Mawa, Maskur al-Hadithi, Saeed al-Abidi, Basim al-Hadithi, Maj al-Masudi, Abu Sadid al-Araki, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, Kurna Khalaf, daughter of dead employee, wife of dead employee, Hay Sahar al-Rashidi, Walid Rashid al-Hadidi, Mohsen Alawai al-Afri, Hassan al-Anbaki, Saif Talal, wife of dead man, husband of dead woman, son of 63-year-old MNY, brother of generator owner, HH, friend of currency exchange office owner, bodyguard of Ahmed al-Askari, Hajim Olga al-Jaburi, Aziz Basel Taye al-Jaburi, Abdullah Hassan al-Jaburi, Nitik Najem, Halil Ahmed Ali Wayes, brothers, Taha al-Jaburi,
Nibras Ahmed Al Mahumi, Yana. Hashan Taha Ismail Darashi. Relatives of Ismail Taha Hussein Amiri. Ismail Taha Hussein Amiri. Muhammad Abdullah Al-Jaburi. Omar Ayed Jaris Al-Amiri. Abdil Abdullah. Sahib Muhammad Fidel. Zahir Al-Dajari. Muhammad Kadim El-Tribin Al-Kermesh. Abdel Rahman Mohammed. Ismail Al-Karishi or Ismail Al-Kananeshfeshi. Allah Musin or Allah Al-Janabi. Satar Al-Hadran. Lieutenant Adel Hamid. Mushin Al-Kinani. Sahel Muhammad Shakir Ta'ala Akbar Al. Jalil Sahil Shakitatara. Rehab Karim Azuz Al-Malaki. Hamid Hassem Cannon Al-Hazali. Abdul Karim Shalab Al-Kasait. Abdul Karim Ali Abdullah. Hamed Abad Al-Shamiri. Mohammed Ghanim Al-Jahuriya. Bashar Ali Al-Sabawi. Hadir Amir Essa Al-Rubibi. Saddam Judi Hassan Al-Abusi. Children of Dead Woman. Yusuf Ahmad Saled. Zuhair Masood Shaban. Nur Muhammad Mana. Muhammad Yusuf Abdul Kad. Aisha Ahmed Ishaq. Khaled Mahood Al-Fawawi. Ahmed Juma. Khalid Hamid Juma. Amar Mutad Turk. Khaled Daik Shokan. Hader Mowanas Abdul Al. Madi Sufar Mahmoud Al-Sharjani. Aswan Ahmed Lufala. Hussein Al-Tikriti. Brothers. Hussein Hamad Hamak. Brothers. Unborn child of Abbas Sobhi. Daughter of Abbas Sobhi. Son of Abbas Sohib. Son of Abbas Sohib. Wife of Abbas Sohib. Akram Selman Hamid. Mufin Abdul Amir Al-Sabib. Brothers. Yahrub Shakir Kazalezel. Muslim Najim. Brothers of policemen. Sons of Said Taresh. Said Taresh. Nasir Jaber Hanan Al-Jilawabawi. Saif Muhammad Jasim. Muhammad Salem. Harned Ismail Ibrahim. Ismail Ibrahim. Musa Abbas Musa. Hudair Abbas Musa. Jabra Mahmoud. Rihad Mahmoud. Khalifa Ali. Muhammad Hussein. Salam Ahmed Hussein. Saddam Muhammad. Hadhal Muhammad. Hisham Muhammad. Radam Muhammad. Muwafaq Muhammad. Naif Muhammad. Hazim Muhammad Hussein. Muhammad Hussein Jamudi. Adra Mahmoud. Hamdia Kamel. Widad Ahmed Hussein. Hamdia Mahmoud. Brother of Humam Nuri. Humam Nuri. Abdul Hamid Hasim Abdul. Abbas Fadel Abdul Hamid. Tariq Abbas Fadel. Basim Mudim Abdullah. Alwan Qasim. Hassan Ahmed. Muhammad Adair Suleiman. Al Harith Abdul Hamid. Hamed Jiralal. Ali Hussein Zidan. Hader Abbas. Muhammad Shaddam Dalad. Wahad Muhammad Ghazal. Sadiq Ali Hussein. Siham Hebos Salih. Idris Muhammad. Ali Hussein Al-Dayan. Jawad Ahmad Al-Falah. Hadel Abdul Amer Hussein. Shawana Abdul Hali. Ibrahim Ali Musa Jafar Al-Salion. Hias Shabil Muhammad. Yassan Hardal Himek. Yasim Abdul Difar. Wife of man killed. Nabdil Ibrahim Al-Dilawami. Hashem Abed Kader Al-Janabi. Yasin Al-Harab Taha Yasin. Abdullah Ali Al-Yar. Muhammad Mehub Al-Taburi. Abdal Karim I Abadi. Hidab Mejul. Yasin Adnan Mijas. Said Hamid Rahin Gureri. Mazin Hamid Rahin Gurari. Ibrahim Ahmed Sarab Al-Guhari. Son of white man killed. Hader Musa Awan. Talib Salman Aribi. Zakaria Hussein Alu. Ilzaden Jafar Alu. Sultan Amin Zanal Jafar. Hassin Jafar. Allah Isa Alu. Halaf Suman Hader. Akram Saad Allah Qasim, Kareem Qasim Khalaf, Abdul Khalik Isa Alu, Faisal Qasim Khalaf, Ahmad Yunus Ali, Ishaq Salah, Aziz Saad Allah, Shamsia Hassan Nawar Al-Shuwaili, Isa Alu Katir, Sharir Ali Zoyar, Shakur Hassan, Jasim Al-Tamimi, Abdul Wahad Al-Rumaid, Nasir Gatani, Shaban Ibrahim Tahir, Suhail Tamir Mogir, Jabir Halud Hussain, Halud Hassan Ali, Hussein Jasmine Muhammad, Hassan Jasmine Muhammad, Muhammad Jasim Muhammad, Ali Jasim Muhammad, Hassan Abid Muhammad, Fadil Abid Muhammad, Bakir Abid Muhammad, Fazi Nahim Tamir, Baha Suhail Tamir, Asad Kanik Mogir, Nasir Tamir Mogir, Ra'ad Tamir Mogir, Harbi Tamir Mogir, Ali Jadam Abid, Ahmad Kayan Mohan, Jahid Hayan Mohan, Arkan Mohammed Motashar, Murad Majid Taha, Fuad Mujib Taha, Adnan Matashar Saeed, Diya Matashar Saeed, Sahir Farhan Inad, Hassan Farhan Inad, Allah Salim Mohan, Salah Hamid Latif, sons of dead man, daughter of elderly man, wife of elderly man, Hamed Isdeen.
Abrahim Abud Atia, Ehsan Abrahim Asi, Kamel Sami Ali, Sadon Mohsen Thamir, Hassan Ada Faraj, Shaikh Said Muhammad Kudayir Al-Rush, mother of policemen, Kalam Hussein Khalaf, Fadhila Abdul Karim, Fadil Khalifa Subde Al-Asbi, Asad Haraja Al-Sadiq Asad, Hirjalabi Al-Sadek, son of dead woman, mother of dead male, members of Al-Saj or Al-Sawed tribe, a member of Al-Sadi or Al-Sawed tribe, Ibrahim Mustafa Salim, Riyad Jassim Abid, Muhammad Qasim, Fakr Jamil Mustafa, Mason Ibrahim Ahmed, Muhammad Abid Awad, Mustafa Adnan Hamed, Lamia Rad Abd Ali, Mustafa Abdullah Ali Masri, Wafa Kareem, mother of Shams, Asim Abdul Aziz, Asad Ahmed, Salam Suwadan Ghaffar al-Mashhadani, the official in charge of scholarships at the Ministry of Higher Education, Hassam Jassim, Yasin Abd Ali, Najim Abdul Ridha al-Kinani, Najim Abd al-Rida al-Kinani, Secretary General of the Iraqi Constitutional Monarchy Movement, Muntasir Salim Sadiq, Khalil Ibrahim, Khadid Ahmed, Ahmed Ali Zohair al-Oghali, Yashua Magid Hediyah, Ahmed Mahmoud Hussain, Police Commissioner Fahil Salil al-Jaburi, Basim Hassan al-Hasnawi, Izaldin al-Rawi, Raad Jafar Hamadi, Raheen Abdul Hussain, Barak Asi Fakr al-Hayfi, Sami Abdul Karim Obyed, Hussein Kazim Abdel Kazim, Abdel Kazim Najim, Saed Kabrit Rashid, nephew of Abu Ahmed, Ali al-Shimari, Salal Muhammad al-Jabori, Nazir Abed Muhammad, Adel Abdul-Zahari Ali al-Nasir, Hussein Qadar Umar, Ahmed Hamid al-Taleh, Falahi al-Garbari or Falahi al-Gubardari, Ali Khalil Hassan or Ali al-Jarari or Ali al-Grari, Walid Hassan or Walid Hassan Jayez, Jassim Muhammad Jassim or Jassim Muhammad al-Hashimi, Abdul Aziz, Ali Shihad Abdul Karim al-Abdubi, Muhammad Hassan Wenas al-Rekibi, Ahmed Saed Abdul Aziz, the brothers of Major Abdul Hamed Mushrif, Major Abdul Hamid Mushrif, Muhammad Gamin Muhammad Ahmad, Masood Quran of Masood Quran, Yasin Ibrahim or Yasin Qadar, Imad Hadi Ahmed al-Jamali, Samir Wasim Hamed, Idris Muhammad Hassan, Umar Muyuf Hassan, Abdullah Mayuf Hassan, Farida Abd Abbas al-Jabidi, Muhammad Razaz Hussein, daughter of dead woman, mother of dead girl, Dr. Ammar Abdul Sada, Baida Abud Jassim, wife of Ali Kadim al-Adad, Ali Kadim al-Adad, Abdul Karim Eden Jabari, Sultan Salman Rakan, Omar al-Falahi, Lieutenant Colonel Sattar Jabbar, Amal Hussein, Asra Hussein, Asif Al-Khazaraj, brother of dead engineer, Sardar Fakhruddin, Bassem Mohammed Damoun, Assem Mohammed Damoun, Dr. Mahmoud Mohammed Al-Mohammed, Nasir Hussein Al-Sakani, Dai Jaffa Jawad Al-Subagi, Ahmed Jawad Kareem, Kareem Gati Kareem Al-Maliki, Lieutenant Abbas Razak, Muhammad Yusuf Thiyab, Sabiha Kudur Talib, Najat Siddiq, Fadiha Muhammad Al-Tieh, Luma Al-Karki, Luma Muhammad Rayad, brother and cousin of provincial officer, Saik Kadir Al-Anbari, Yasin Hamad Bunaya, Musab Yarboa Awad, Kari Mundil Al-Malaki, just start here and put the post-it when you finish. Thank you.
Kazim Daydan Rama, Aid Fasid Habib, Kareem Lepta Mozin, Namis Kareem, Camille Salil Shakil, Mohammed Al-Ban, Asim Mahmoud Abba, Mohammed Salim, Allah Abbas, Abd al-Amir, Ali Hato Mashin Lee, Khadija Rashid Galim Sofer, Muhammad Adalawad Kareem Alafai, Colonel Tahir Al-Lami,